Man, what up with y'all, man? Woo. I'm streaming a little bit early, but man, I couldn't wait to get off of work, man. As y'all know, man, I'm from Southern California, and when I look at the horizon, man, all you see is smoke. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little distance away from the fires, you know, Long Beach. Um, but it's crazy to see this. You know what I'm saying? We in California, man, we're used to wildfires and things like that. But when it's a wildfire being set on one of the most windiest days, man, if anybody don't know what the Santa Ana winds are, man, they come once a year and it just be, some days it's cold air, cold wind, hot wind sometimes when it's hot, but when those Santa Ana winds start picking up, man, it's something like this, man. Somebody throw a cigarette or something out the window. You know what I'm saying? And just depending on where you at, it can cause a catastrophic fire, man. But first and foremost, man, I want to say, I give my condolences to the families who's lost loved ones in this tragic event, man. I want to pray for everybody, man, who lost property, houses and little mementos that you can't get back. You know what I'm saying? Because this fire spread it so fast. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it spread it fast because yesterday when it started, I was on the 110 freeway. And anybody from Southern California, when you get on that 110 freeway, you look north, south, east, and west, and you can see pretty much a lot of different things, you know what I'm saying? Especially on the clear day that it was, man. It was a clear day yesterday. It was a few clouds in the sky, but it was clear enough where I guess the Santa Ana winds blew all the smog away, where you can just see like the landscape of downtown LA going north up the 110. You can see the Hollywood sign. There's a lot of different things like that. But when I seen it, it was over towards, if you're on the 110, you look west, it looked like it was by the airport. I thought a plane crashed or something. I don't know what it was, but the way that the smoke was, it was just starting basically. Um, Had to be about 11 o'clock in the morning, 10 in the morning, somewhere around there. But riding up the 110, man, and I seen it, and I was like, man, that looked crazy the way it looked. You know what I'm saying? But it was just a little plume of smoke. You know what I'm saying? Could have been a house fire. It could have been anything. You know what I'm saying? Besides what it turned out to be. Like I said, I thought it was a plane crash or something. I on Google or something. You know what I'm saying? But yesterday, man, it was clear skies, and all you seen was that plume of smoke. But then went to sleep and woke up to this. You know what I'm saying? To this. Just it's crazy, man. This is one of the biggest fires, man. I've been in California all my life, man, and excuse me, California all my life, and I've seen forest fires and different things like that. But this is whole entire neighborhoods, man. I done rolled up PCH so many times. Uh, it's just crazy to see all those houses and all those nice areas destroyed like that, man. But like I say, man, I pray for everybody who's been affected in this situation, and man, rest in peace to those who's lost their lives. But it might be more, man. God forbid that we, because they can't really get in there to assess the damage right away. So um, the casualty number might go up. You know what I'm saying? So um, some people wanted to save their houses, and maybe they would sleep and smoke inhalation and all type of things could have happened. But um, people wanted to save their houses. I get it, man. I mean, you was told to leave and come back, everything was gonna be fine. But when you get back, your whole house is just burnt to the ground. You know what I'm saying? Everything that you own and everything that you know, especially if you had that house for years. You know what I'm saying? It's a total travesty, man. And you had a governor who was fighting against Trump to put in some, I don't know what it was called, but I seen it. It was $17 billion that would have was supposed to be added or used to for water. You know what I'm saying? But Gavin Newsom, he fought Trump tooth and nail. You know what I'm saying? To keep it the way. Now look what happened. Now look at this. It ain't enough. They running out of water. I heard that in the news report. You know what I'm saying? They running out of water. It's the resources, man. You got firefighters coming from all different states, man, to try to help this situation out. You know what I'm saying? And I commend them guys, man. They left their family to come fight a fire in a whole nother different state. I don't think it's about the money. I just think it's, you know, these firefighters, man, they are heroes, you know what I'm saying? Because they risk their lives to be able to save lives, you know? So shout out to all the firemen who came from Washington, everywhere, you know what I'm saying? Arizona, all these surrounding states, man, Nevada and all that, man, to help out. But yeah, man, it's crazy. All these fires that's spread out, you know what I'm saying? So you kind of wonder if these, just like the poll says, man, do you guys think that this was planned? I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Because for a fire to start on the 100-mile-an-hour wind day, Santa Ana's, you know what I'm saying? And then the water situation with the governor. Yeah, Biden come out here and all he did was talk about that he a great grandfather. You know what I'm saying? I seen that today while I was at work. Because when I'm at work, man, I do what I need to do at work to get it by. But I do sit around and listen to the latest news and different things like that. So he was so happy to be a great grandfather. And yeah, you know, and then you had the mayor, Southern California, Karen Bass. She was out somewhere in Timbuktu at somebody's inauguration for a different country. Why would they send? And she was sent out there by Biden. That's what she said. Why would they send a mayor when they got people that can do that job? She need to be out here. You know what I'm saying? And then when she did come out here, all she did was thank everybody else. And she was on the phone the whole time. Like, what being on the phone got to do with anything? That's not doing anything for me. Like, you was on the phone. I was in contact with, okay, what else did you do? You know what I'm saying? So I hope these people, man, and another thing, man, I seen that a lot of the fire insurance these people had, they no longer had it for some odd reason. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That they said that State Farm was moving out of California because too much regulation. So I don't know if some of these people are going to be able to even rebuild. You know what I'm saying? And that's the crazy part of it. Like, it's a major fire. You was told to evacuate your belongings, and then turn around and you don't have no insurance. That's crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. To not have any insurance. Yeah, but you know, I want to know what you guys think, man. I want to know what you guys think about it, because to me, man, something ain't right. Something ain't right. Something don't look right because it's probably not right. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, man, let's get into this live news that's going on right now, live coverage of the wildfires, man, in California, man. It's crazy, crazy times right now, and it is what it is. You know, me and my homeboy we was talking about maybe they burning all the P Diddy's trails, all the evidence or something. I don't know, because this is Hollywood, man. So not to be funny, you know what I'm saying, but maybe so. Maybe it is what it is. I don't know. But man, let's look at this, man. We got some footage. I'm gonna just show some footage, man, and then I'm gonna just let the news play, man. We're gonna react to it. You know what I'm saying? Watch the devastation of this catastrophic event, man. I'm gonna say it's a catastrophic event, man, because this is the worst we've ever seen, man. This is somebody footage. That's crazy. Look at that, man. That's going up the coastline right there, man. If anybody know in California, being out here, man, it's beautiful, you know what I'm saying? But just to see this devastation, whoo, Lord. Prayers go out to these people, man. Prayers go out to these people, man. It's just, it's crazy, man.
West Sunset Boulevard and Pacific Palisades. This feels like a scene that you would see in a movie. All these cars were left here abandoned yesterday, and emergency trucks had to go through with a bulldozer to clear away so that they could get
they had a
up
bulldozer.
to where the fires were. So all these cars were just left here during the evacuation. Massive gridlock. See, the fire went through here and even burned some of these cars that were left behind.
That looked like a Tesla right there.
All these cars are wrecked.
Damn. That's crazy, man. That looked like a Tesla right there.
It's impossible for me to express the level of appreciation and cooperation.
Look at all that damage, man. That look crazy to see this. I've been up there, man. I've been up there. Lord. That look, man, that's sad, man. I don't care about, you know, it ain't about the money thing for me. It's just people's lives, man, has been destroyed. All those palm trees and burned. Those palm trees burn, man. When they burn, those little big leaves come off and come down like a rocket with fire on it. You know what I'm saying? And the ambers, and they burn so fast, man. It's just a shame, man. It's crazy. It's hard to even fathom. Hard to even fathom, man. It ain't in this area right here. It ain't even like it's in the mountainy area. Damn. Fire, boy. We got it bad, man. Let's go look at some of this news, man. Look at this, bro.
I think it would have just absolutely gone haywire and out of control.
Sure. And where those fire trucks are, I mean, you could see the flames shooting up here at the top of that hill.
Yeah, absolutely. I have been coming out monitoring, you know, packing to go if I absolutely have to, but you know, was really paying attention to what was going on with those flames, and I think those water drops have made a tremendous difference.
Yeah, something that they couldn't do last night because of those ferocious Santa Ana winds. Let me ask you this question. We've seen the fires break out in the Pacific Palisades. A lot of those neighborhoods certainly have a lot of homes, but also a lot of wooded areas. Did it ever occur to you that it would happen right here?
You know, over the years, of course, knowing that we're so close to Runyon Canyon and that it is also a wooded area and there's a lot of dry brush there, that is possible. But in terms of what happened in Pacific Palisades, I felt that Runyon Canyon was contained and didn't have as much acreage as what was in the Palisades that could burn. So I felt a little bit more comfortable, but was always acutely aware that it could happen.
And we see the police cars going by behind you. Have you heard them telling people to evacuate?
Up there too,
the only thing at this stage that they absolutely said they wanted to keep people away from is being north of Franklin, and we are just south of Franklin.
Okay. All right, Craig. Well, I'm glad you and your partner are safe. I'm glad it looks like firefighters are getting the upper hand on the Sunset Fire, doing no small part.
They put that one out. They got a good hand on that. First, it was burning out of control, man.
Okay, so good news out here. We don't see the flames at the top of the hill like we saw a short time ago. I was explaining that earlier in some of the viewer video.
Yeah, it was a whole new fire, man. They put that one out pretty quick. It burnt a lot, though. That was up at Runyon Canyon. And for those that don't know what Runyon Canyon is, that's a little area people go hiking, but for exercise. Like, you know, you have a lot of people, they got like these stairs, little trails and stuff like that. So there's a lot of hikers up there for exercise. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was, I mean, like you said, it had a lot of brush there, but that can be recovered. But I don't know about any houses burning right at this situation over here, you know, at this fire that they kind of put out, that they got contained. But yeah, man, Runyon Canyon is one of those historic places, man. People come to check out when they come to Southern California.
That we were showing you, but good news out here now that it appears firefighters are getting or making progress on the Sunset Fire, and as you heard from Craig right there, just a huge relief for residents who live just below Runyon Canyon. That's the latest from the Hollywood Hills. I'm John Finolio. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
I know them people, those residents was happy, boy, because them some nice houses at Hollywood Hills, man. That's nice houses over there. Nice.
Yeah.
John, it seems
over $2 million houses. So
as though there's a bit of a sense of calm there as opposed to what we saw a couple of hours ago and the aerials we saw of the gridlock, people trying to get out. What are you seeing in the area around you? I see a lot of cars moving. I know the order was to move south and frankly to move south past Sunset, maybe down to Santa Monica or Melrose before you go east or west. What's your sense of it now on the roads there?
Well, we have seen a heavy police presence here. LAPD has been patrolling these neighborhoods, all of these streets here, and telling people
they better patrol them, because you got them looters that be out there, man, going in these people's houses, half burnt down houses, man, looking for hidden treasures. That's crazy. That's a shame, though. You go loot. You know, these people didn't lost their house and lost damn near everything, and y'all going up there to go loot. That's crazy.
Who are not residents are telling everyone to evacuate, but especially telling a lot of looky-loos to get out of the area, that they have no business being
get out of here.
And because this is such a densely populated area,
there
are a lot of people who want to come up and look and want to see what's happening. You know, you could see these flames from the Hollywood freeway, and, you know, everyone in Hollywood wants to take a video, wants to take a picture, and so a lot of people have been flocking to this area despite warnings from fire personnel and law enforcement saying that they need to get out of here. But police have done a good job of ushering some of those folks out of here. Like you heard from the gentleman we just spoke with, Craig, you know, they got the evacuation order, but then they heard the helicopters. And despite all the chaos of so many people who did, in fact, heed those orders, I mean, we saw people walking down the street with suitcases, with their pets in their arms, just ready to get out of here. And that was happening even further south of Franklin, closer to Sunset, all of that. And despite all,
I want to go up there tomorrow, man. I'm off, thanks to the President Carter. I think it's his funeral or something tomorrow. I don't know, but we ain't got to go to work. But I want to go up there, but I think they're going to probably have it real cordoned off where I can't really get up there to see what's going on. But I would like to see it with my own two eyes, man. Certain areas that I've visited before, and to see that it all burnt down, it's wild, man. It's crazy. But I want to go up there tomorrow. I don't know. I'm thinking about it.
All of that, some of these residents stayed because they heard the helicopters, and when they saw what was once big orange flames just up the hill here turning into white smoke, well, they started to feel a major sense of relief. But you probably saw from Sky 5 just the gridlock because so many people did.
What up, Keck? I see you.
In fact, heed those orders to evacuate. They were told to head south. So, I mean, we just saw tail lights of people trying to get out of here, basically from Beverly Hills all the way through West Hollywood, up all the way to Beverly Hills, and then all the way east to the 101 as people were trying to get out of this area as the Sunset Fire really took off before water-dropping aircraft could get on top of it.
All right, I'll take it from here, John. Thank you. From John Fenolio there by the fire, we want to go over to Sandra Mitchell. She's down by Laurel Canyon and Sunset Boulevard there on the Sunset Strip, which really was the border of where those mandatory evacuations were ordered. So, Sandra, are you with us?
Cher, we've got the helicopters going overhead. I don't see them making any active water drops in this area where we are right now. And it appears that some of the engines now are pulling off of this fire. It has certainly become less chaotic in the last few hours. This fire sparked just after 5:30 this afternoon, right before 6 o'clock, the busiest part of the time in Hollywood when so many people are just trying to get out of the office, out of the workplace, and on their way home. And that's when these mandatory evacuations started. You can see we've got a lot of people walking around here. We've actually moved just a bit north of where we were originally off of the Sunset Strip. We're at Fuller Avenue right now. This is a very populated area of apartment buildings and condominium complexes. Many people here have been told to evacuate, and some of them did say that they got out for a while, and then as they saw the flames start to die down, they returned to the area to gather a few more belongings, but tell us they will not be staying here tonight. They just don't feel safe. Los Angeles really has been traumatized on what we've been through in the past 36 hours. First, the fire in the Palisades. The Malibu area, and then the fire sparking in the Altadena area. So people have been watching. They've seen the destruction over the past few days, and I think a lot of these people just don't want to take any more chances. You mentioned that we were on the Sunset Strip earlier. We saw the traffic congestion, people trying to get out of the area, many of them fleeing west on Sunset Boulevard, Hollywood Boulevard, and traffic was really at a standstill. Still an active fire scene here. We've got a lot of engine companies responding. When we were out on the Sunset Strip, we got a chance to talk to Jamie Masada. He is the owner of the world famous Laugh Factory. Many of the businesses ordered to close in that area because of the threat of fire. They just wanted people out of the area. The Laugh Factory is closed tonight, but Jamie tells us he was happy to open his doors to the firefighters. Let's listen to Jamie Masada.
The business doesn't mean anything, but the most important thing, the life of people, animal, and everything. They got hurt. That's the most important. Everything else we could rebuild as long as nobody get hurt. That's the most important thing.
So you've offered the Laugh Factory to the firefighters, to the responders tonight. Tell me about that.
No, I just came in. I said, hey, you guys want it? One of the guys, Jason, he said he's in charge of it. He said, Jamie, you're always supporting us. We love you. And he gave me a hug. He said, when I need you, I have your number. I'll call you. I said, okay.
Alrighty, so we started to see the traffic back up. The business is being ordered to close around the Chateau Marmont area off the Sunset Strip. This is the area of Fuller Avenue. We've moved a little bit up into the Hollywood Hills. Again, it seems like the panic of the situation has definitely subsided. People feeling a little bit more comfortable to return to their apartments and condominiums, gather some of their belongings. But again, many people say they will not be staying here tonight. We're live in the Hollywood Hills. Cher, send it back to you.
So, Sandra, you're very close to where we did see active flames. I'm just wondering if what you can see, if anything, from your vantage point as it relates
but man,
to
I
the
was
fire
saying
activity.
earlier, man, shout out to my boy, man, VP Churchill.
I can't
man.
see
He
any
was
active
calling to
flames
check
from
in
here.
on
I
me. He
do
up
not
north,
think they were visible
up there
from
where it's
this
pretty
area
safe.
at any point tonight, so that
down
would not
south,
be
so I told him where I
unusual.
was,
I can't really
and,
give you an update on the flames. I think John
like,
has
cool,
a better
you know what I'm
vantage
saying?
point of
'Cause
that.
I'm pretty
What I
much
can tell you
safe
is a lot of these people
where I'm
out
at.
in the streets
All these
right now,
fires
they're
is
watching
around.
to see
Like, I can
if they
go
get the
outside. Well, I
go-ahead
can't
to
go outside
return
and see
home,
them,
grab
but
a
the
few
smoke
more
in the
belongings,
daytime, man, it
and
just
then
look
get out
crazy.
for the rest of the night.
They put out
There's not tremendous winds in the air.
They put out a little alert about the smoke, you know what I'm saying, and all this and that, and be careful and things like that. But man, shout out my boy VP Churchill, man. Called, check on me. I'm good, VP. My boy Suave, man, up north. But yeah, man, it's crazy out here.
Right now, that also has calmed down, and the smoke certainly not threatening as it was early before when we arrived on the scene. There was a lot thicker smoke that has also subsided.
And Sandra, you said that you're on Fuller right now. Is that correct, at the base of the entrance for Runyon Canyon?
Yeah, Fuller Avenue just behind us right here. You know, Runyon Canyon, a really popular, really beautiful hiking spot. That's where the fire started. So we're just off that. Again, it appears that Los Angeles City Fire Department, a lot of the engines being pulled off, at least from this location. Now, it doesn't seem like they're leaving with any sense of urgency. So I don't think they're going to another flank of the fire, something that's sparked up anywhere else. It seems like really things are just beginning to wrap up, at least at this location.
All right, Sandra Mitchell for us in Hollywood. Thank you. To meteorologist Vera Jimenez now and an update on the weather.
Thank you so much, Micah. Yeah, and the information that I'm actually getting as well coincides with what Sandy is showing. And from Sandy's picture, I'm looking at the readings around that area. Southern California Edison has a station there that we get information from at Kings Road, which is not too far. It's not directly where the fire started, but it's adjacent to it. And the readings there, again, are like at 4 miles per hour and gusts up to like 9 and 10 and 11. So again, nothing that is going to become very dangerous. So it's good to see that. But we were talking about the air quality alert. And so I wanted to go ahead.
Looks like fire crews have already left and put out that little hot spot that flared up. But again, just looking up to the hill, definitely a scary scene. And you can see some smoke kind of a little lower in the hill and those embers that come up in the air. And that's the concern, because those embers can fly and set stuff on fire downwind. And we've been seeing helicopters.
Can you hear me now? Let me know, man. Let me know if you can hear me.
Helicopters flying by, making those drops. I think I hear one right now. So, yeah, it's definitely an intense situation. Definitely looks like it's getting a little brighter over there right now, too. But I'll go ahead and send it back to you for now.
Okay, we thank you, and you've been on the move. Matthew Seedorf was on the Palisades fire, and now he's on the Sunset Fire in Hollywood Hills, right at the base of Runyon Canyon, which we know so many of you have probably been to. Sunset Fire, this is our view from Skyfox, and from this view, I'm not sure if... Oh, this is the Palisades fire.
We got King Day up in here, man. We got Ryder's World. What's going on with you, Ryder? What's up with it? How was that trip, man? How was that cruise? Let me know.
I see. So this is looking from the Sunset Fire in Hollywood, looking toward the Palisades fire. Okay, so there's a big difference between, big distance, I should say, from one to the other. So we're following all of these fires for you tonight. We're approaching the 9 p.m. hour. So let's just sort of recap of where we stand right now.
Before we get there, though, we're going to get real quickly to a phoner, Steve Carmona, who is the city manager for the Pico Rivera, joining us on the line. And obviously, Pico Rivera not at the center of all this, but you all are helping out in a big way. Talk to us about the efforts that your city are underway right now.
Let's see what's going on right here, man. Let's see. He's still doing the weather. All right, let's see what they're talking about.
Looks like during the day along Bayless Road, La Condesa Drive, Pescara Drive, Raywood Drive. This neighborhood right here is at the bottom of that hill where Farmers Fire Road begins. So between Farmers Fire Road and the hilltop where Sullivan Fire Road is a pretty large patch of flames that is continuing to blow from east to west, but still concerning nonetheless. As we come back out live, you can see just how close it is to this neighborhood. Still frightening to see, guys.
15,000 acres, 15,800 acres, and it's 0% containment. And this is live. So they don't have no containment of this fire yet. That's crazy. You only got so many men, though. And those areas that's burning, man, it's kind of hard to get in those areas. You know, it's a lot of caves. It's a lot of big trees and brush and, you know what I'm saying, unincorporated areas. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of hard to get in those places. And then they only can drop, you know, water on the fire. Not so many times, but just like, you know, it takes a minute for those planes and them helicopters to pick up that water and bring it over there. You know what I'm saying? The water or whatever they got, that fire retardant chemical stuff that they be doing sometimes. So it's crazy in those areas. But 0% containment. Damn. And that was the first fire, and they still ain't got this one under wraps. They got that one that they had over there at Runyon Canyon out real quick. Them people wasn't playing. Y'all better come save these houses over here. Man.
Back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Chris Christie in Air 7 as we watch that fire continuing to march now into the Brentwood area. Our Eyewitness News continues now.
Brentwood area. Damn, that's over there where OJ did that, allegedly did that thing.
We are in the 9 o'clock hour here on ABC 7, covering the firestorm in Southern California, where we are not out of the woods. The worst of it is over, but the storm and the situation is definitely not over.
No, absolutely not. And Leanne Suter, she is live covering the Eaton fire. Again, a whole lot different than it was last night. But again, Leanne, you have a fire right behind you.
Yeah, Colleen and Mark, this is a much better picture, dare I say that, than last night when the fires were raging. The blaze you see behind me is one issue that we've had because of this. This is the gas lines. This is what you're finding at almost every home that is burned to the ground. The gas lines continue to burn because they have not been shut off. But I have run into one of the Good Samaritans out here that is doing his part to try to help. This is Eric Boucher. Eric, you are a resident up here. What did you think when you first arrived to the neighborhoods here?
Yeah, it was, quite honestly, it was difficult to take in for the first few minutes, really emotional, but it looks like a war zone. It looks a lot like maybe Beirut when the Civil War was happening there. It's just cars are melted and the aluminum's running down the street and chimneys. So there's 4 or 5 houses maybe on a street and then that are standing, and there's 30 that are burnt to the ground. So it's pretty cataclysmic, I guess I would say.
And you've been going around yourself, I know. You got a bucket. You were trying to put out those gas lines. Talk to me about why. Why put yourself at risk doing this?
Yeah, well, you know, our house is standing miraculously, and so we're very thankful. And my neighbors defended our.
That dude, lucky boy, he said it was 5 houses and 30 burnt around him. So he had to do God's work, man. He had to come out here and try to help some people, man. His house was thankfully saved, you know. Whatever they did to save it, I mean, it worked, or they had a blessing. But I mean, it was a blessing. I ain't gonna say had a blessing. It is a blessing. So he out there doing what he got to do, man. You never know. Like that little fire blazing in the back right there. They said that was a gas line, but I wouldn't be standing that close if it was a gas line. But, you know, they got to get the story. But, man, shout out homeboy right here, man.
Our house when we weren't there at that time. So I'm just finding pools and getting water. And if I see a standing house and there's a little fire next to it, I can just put that out because the firefighters ran out of water. And there's no one else around. So if it was my house,
they ran out of water
to do this. So that's what I'm doing.
I appreciate that very much. You kind of touched on it, that this looks like a war zone, and this really does. I don't think anybody really understands how hard Altadena has been hit and just how many homes have been lost. A couple of minutes ago, I was talking with a sheriff's deputy who's been on patrol, and they were said they'd been counting houses, and they stopped when they had gotten close to 1,000. Is that the sense you're kind of getting?
Yeah, in fact, I was going to make a Google map of all of the houses that had burned, and I've decided to just make a map of any of the ones that are still standing. But, I mean, I probably...
In them streets, TV, what's going on with you?
I'll probably run out of energy before that happens. So yeah, it's probably 5% of the homes that are left, at least in this neighborhood, which is north of Washington, sort of right next to Altadena Drive, north and south of that, and then east of Lincoln and west of Lake. I've been walking that area for the last 3 hours, just putting things out that I could find, or shoveling dirt on stuff, or looking at the blocks. I know most of these people in all these areas because I was a resident for a long time.
Eric, when you heard about the fire, you knew the fire was coming. There have been fires up on the hills before. Never expected it to come this low, I'm assuming.
No. In a place like Los Angeles in Southern California, in a state like this that is this prosperous and has this many resources, we never expected that sort of thing. But these are different times, and so yeah, we went to bed, my wife and I, last night at 11 o'clock, and thought, boy, those are high winds, and it's on the east side of Altadena. Let's hope that it doesn't really migrate. And we woke up at 6:45 and realized it had pushed all the way over here and just raced out here as fast as possible. So yeah, it's moved so quickly, and there just are not enough. The firefighters are doing an excellent job. There just aren't enough of them. And there's not enough water, so they're just doing the best they can.
And I hear that.
That's one thing I don't understand. They saying there's not enough water, but we right here on the coastline, we got a big old Pacific Ocean right here where those planes and however they scoop the water up, we got a big old ocean right here, man. You know what I'm saying? So that excuse about no water, but thank your governor, you know, thank the governor, Gavin Newsom. You know what I'm saying? You would think it would be so much water that these fires wouldn't stand a chance. You know what I'm saying? But hey, it is what it is. I don't understand, because I heard one of the news reports earlier. They said they can scoop water out of people's swimming pools, lakes, ponds. Like, what are you doing that for? And you got a big old ocean right next to all of this stuff. Pacific Palisades. Like, that's just I don't know, man. Like I said, man, leave it in the polls in the chats, man. You think this was a setup, or this is just something that happened, and the governor and the mayor got caught with their pants down? You know what I'm saying? Instead of trying to fight Trump, you know what I'm saying? This is probably like a wake-up call. Like, why y'all trying to fight Trump? You got a state to run. You know what I'm saying? Do your job. You feel me?
That in your voice, how difficult it is, and we have people coming through here. I see residents and whatnot coming through. Move out of the way here. I hear that, the tiredness. I also hear the heartache in your voice. Still kind of hard to process all of this.
Yeah, it is. You got some weird people around, and then you got some people that have lived here for a really long time. Most of these guys are tourists, but
he said the weird people, that's them looters and people who coming in and take all these pictures and stuff, man. Man, let these people grieve, you know what I'm saying? Like, they coming up there just to, like, homeboy looking like, I don't know these people, they weird. Weird. Might be some damn migrants. Anyway, let me get off of that. Going back to what I was doing.
Yeah, there you go. That's great.
And that's what we hate to see. I mean, that's really the concern, that you have these looky-loos potential. I mean, there's a lot of concern about looters. I mean, I know that's a fear of yours.
Yeah, I guess, look, if you have any friends that you know that live in the area, call them, text them, are you all right? I wouldn't hold out hope for your home, honestly. Just be thankful that, people last forever, homes come and go. So just encourage them, try to support them, give them a place to spend the week or month. This place will take a long, long time to get utilities back, so they're going to need a lot of support and care for a long time. So be ready to help them for a while. We have renters at the place that we have now, and they had to move out, and we're just going to give them the rent back and just say, hey, look, you don't want to live here. You need to, you got other places to go. You go there for a while, and we'll take care of it. But encourage and support the people that that live here.
Right.
I appreciate your time very much, Eric. I'll let you.
Bistro, he said, research direct energy weapons, DEWs, from Paradise, California, and Maui. I'm going to check into that, man. And he also said he haven't looked into these fires, but I know Paradise, California, and Maui were. So direct energy, I don't know. Can you please explain? Because to me, it seems like these fires started on one of the worst days. You know what I'm saying? When the high winds. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. Crazy. We got drones, so-called drones flying around, and all kind of just weird stuff going on. You got the president that ain't really the president. He up here thinking and patting himself on the back because he's a great-great-grandfather. You know what I'm saying? And you got Gavin Newsom cutting off $17 billion to fight fires with water and all this stuff. Like, it's just crazy to me, So we're going to have to research that direct energy thing, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep going.
You get back to the work, and I'm glad that your home is standing, and I appreciate everything you're doing to help others. But yeah, this is really, again, I don't think people yet understand the devastation up here.
Yeah, thank you for filming around here and letting people understand the depth. Been walking all night for 3 hours, every single block, and it's really severe. So do reach out.
Make me want to go up there with a bunch of water, man. I'm gonna see. I might do that. You know what I'm saying? Just to be able to sneak some video footage. Go up there with a lot of waters, man, and things like that. But it's an opportunity. You know what I'm saying, to help out. Because I know these people ain't got water, and like clean drinking water and all that stuff. So I might go up. I don't know, man. We'll see. I might go up there. I might.
Out to people that you know and try to help them.
Thank you very much, Eric. I appreciate it very much. We are, just to give you guys a sense of where we are on Palm, and we are between Glen Rose, and I have to look up the street on that side myself. Actually, didn't know exactly where we are, but between Glen Rose, we are just to the west of Glen Rose on Palm, and virtually all that, it's hard to see in the dark, but all the houses on the south side, or majority of them here, have been.
Riders World. Look, y'all. I'm streaming on portrait mode, and I'm streaming in the shorts too. So y'all could take y'all pick on which y'all want to go watch, because it's showing the same thing but different format. You got vertical and you got horizontal. So I'm streaming both ways. So if I'm looking like this, I'm looking at the horizontal. I'm looking down, man. I'm looking at the vertical comment. So I'm working overtime right now. So Riders World, man, what's going on, man? One of my mods, they said they got plans for that land. Just saying. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's what they had plans for. That was the conspiracy when they had those floods out there with all those people, man. And they all got $750. You know what I'm saying? So it could be another one of these things. Do we got mercury or something in these hills or something? I don't know. Anyway, man, let me keep going. Eaton Fire, man, 10,600 acres plus acres, 5 fatalities, 0% containment. Man, rest in peace to them 5, man. Quite sure when they start really assessing the damage and going through different properties, the numbers might go up, man. But I pray that it don't. You know what I'm saying? It's miraculous that it's only 5 that's been reported with this big old fire, man. It says the biggest wildfire in California history. So, hey, maybe we can keep the death toll down. You know what I'm saying?
lost. I see one standing there, but then the next several here in the row have burned to the ground. On the north side of Palm here is a school I want to show you. Unfortunately, this has suffered extensive damage, and I know that this is a very popular school up here. It is the Odyssey Charter School South, and Brian's going to show you some of the damage up here. This is still smoldering, but a large portion of this school burned to the ground. So that is going to obviously present a lot of challenges for all of the kids and finding places for them to go. I'm looking at the map just to get...
That school going to be closed for a while. I know them kids happy, the ones that know what's going on, but they going to get them in virtual. They gotta still learn.
Give folks a good idea of where we are. Again, we are on Palm, and we are between Glen Rose and La Corona Avenue. This is just one of the streets where we have seen extensive damage up here because of this fire. And as Eric was saying, you can hear it in his voice, just that ache.
Oh my God!
That heartache, because he has been walking around trying to put out some of these spot fires, help do what he can in this situation. And the destruction is extensive. I mean, it really is extensive. We were driving along Altadena Drive in particular, and there we were going between Santa Anita and Marengo, and that's another street. Just house after house after house that has been destroyed. So the tally is going to be quite immense, I believe, in this. We know that 5 lives were lost in the Eaton Canyon fire here, and that in and of itself is beyond tragic and beyond horrific. So many residents, when this first broke out last night, they had absolutely no warning. I mean, they literally were running for their lives, and some didn't make it as they tried to get out of here. But again, it's hard to see at night here just how bad the destruction is and just how many homes are lost. What I can say in terms of some good news in all of this, right now there are no winds. It's just a very, very faint breeze, much better than we saw last night. Last night we had gusts up to 80 miles an hour blowing this fire, blowing those embers. It literally was raining embers everywhere, and that is what caused this fire to spot forward so far. I mean, miles ahead. And that's what can happen with all of these fires, is that those embers, when the winds push them, they are just blown.
Look how big that house is, man. That house is humongous, man. Oh no, that's a school. My bad. But man, those houses over there in that area, man, are humongous. You know what I'm saying? They are.
You know, house after house, or can spot, fire officials will tell you, it can spot a fire more than a mile away. And that is what has happened, is that it blew these embers ahead, and it started to catch one house on fire, then another one, and then another one. And so many of these homes up in this area of Altadena, these are all historic homes. Many of them have been here since the 1920s, 1900s. So they are built with old wood. They have those kind of exposed eaves, and that's what makes them such a risk for a wildfire. But what is so unusual about all of this is that this isn't an area you traditionally think of as a wildfire area. In fact, it's not considered to be in a wildfire zone because they are so far down from the foothills. And this wasn't what anyone, again, was prepared for it to come this far. Hey, Brian, I'm going to show you this. Here's a prime example. This is what amazes me. So this gives you a really clear idea of the power and the heat we're talking about. As you can see, it's a vehicle.
Oh, my God!
That fire is hot. Damn.
We understand that. This is the part that you can't see, or you can see. This right here, this molten, it looks like, you know, maybe molten plastic something. It's not. It is metal.
Damn.
Listen to that. It is metal. We can pick that up. It's just, it's so heavy, but that is metal. It melted off of this vehicle. The heat was so hot, so strong, that it turned metal into liquid. And that is why nothing could survive in this fire that raged through this area. This is another home. You can see the chimney that is standing there. Yeah, it's just absolutely heartbreaking to see this. And we've seen it as it continues to burn.
Look at all those chimneys. You know what I'm saying? All them chimneys just standing. That's crazy. That fire is hot. All the wood gone, man. Those are historical homes too, man. I done been over there, man. I stay in Southern California. I done been all through them areas. And those homes are nice. Old, but nice. Crazy, man.
Pacific Palisades, so many homes there as well. But I will just say, for those of us that live up in this area, that live in Pasadena and Altadena area, I've been here for more than 2 decades. I have never seen something like this. And when I came this morning for the first time to see what happened, to see it in the daylight, it heartbreaking, doesn't even begin to touch on it, because I didn't expect this. I thought that maybe we'd have a couple of houses, you guys.
Them areas is like, they don't look like Chicago. I'm just trying to explain like the significance of those houses burning down so far away. They way down the foothill, you know what I'm saying? So it's like old block getting caught in a wildfire. Like, just all this stuff just burnt down over there. It's like somebody would have to set them fires. You know what I'm saying? For it to be so catastrophic like this. But this is just the power of nature, man. The winds. Somebody, like I said, somebody flick out a blunt or a cigarette or something, and it just, the winds pick it up. You think it's going out. The whatever it is that you smoke went out, and it just caught some stuff on fire. But this is like the equivalent of the inner city just being caught in like a wildfire with a bunch of trees and brush. Like, it ain't really that, it's trees over there, but it ain't like Hollywood Hills and the Pacific Palisades areas and stuff like that. So it's like it's just amazing that's like me sitting where I'm at right now, and the fire just start over here. Like, I'm far away from there. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy, man. Condolences go out to them people, man, and pray for the ones who lost everything. Man, they didn't have time. They was running out for their lives.
Never thought that it would be block after block with house after house after house after house destroyed. Not what I expected, and it is so heartbreaking for so many up here. And, as you know, officially, this fight is not over up here. So it is going to take a lot of time to finish, to get containment on the fire here, but more than that, it's going to take a long time.
And them streets say, how do you feel about the Cybertruck explosion? I mean, they was trying to do some damage, but Elon Musk say the truck is designed to, I guess, handle explosion. I don't know, because it was supposed to blow out the windows and all that stuff, but the way everything was set up in the back, it blew upward. So that was a failed mission. You know what I'm saying? It was somebody out on the mission. They off themselves, deleted themselves like a dummy. But hey, it's gonna be a whole lot more different things going on, man. This country been wide open for the longest. So you got over 20-something million new people here. You don't know what these people thinking about doing. A lot of them didn't like America. So it is what it is, man. We living in them times, man, where we gonna see stuff that we never thought that would happen. And in this area that this fire happened in, they never thought this in their wildest dreams, man. Never thought it. So it is what it is.
Time to everyone to rebuild and regroup and try to figure out what's next. Live in Altadena.
That was somebody in my vertical live.
Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Leanne, thank you for that live report. We want to get to some breaking news right now. This is a new fire. This is in Studio City. This is off of Sunswept Drive and Vanetta Place in Studio City.
A studio. That's right next to all that. I mean, what are they doing? What is going on? It's a new fire? Good Lord. This is studio by studio, Universal Studios and all that stuff, man. What is these people doing?
We're looking at a house, perhaps two.
Sunswept Drive.
That are on Sunswept Drive. We do have Chris Christie there setting up.
Yeah.
You see the LA City Fire Department that is there. It looks like a...
I think these people with this money, man, is burning their houses, allegedly. You know what I'm saying, for the insurance money. Maybe they don't have State Farm, allegedly. Maybe they got something else. But this is crazy. Like, you just from one area to another area, and that's a big gap, man. That ain't like the Runyon Canyon is right next door or Palisades. Something going on, man.
A hose stream.
Something going on, man.
Is on that house, but another fire is broken out.
Yeah, it looks like there's a cup. They're near each other. There's two fires. This is very concerning to see this right now. We can sort of hear you, Chris. I'm not sure if you're trying to talk with us, but we are letting you get set up while we cover this fire that just, this is breaking news.
Yeah, Colleen, sorry, I think we're having some ICOM issues, but this is a brand new fire. I count multiple structures on fire here. There is a house fire along Sunswept Drive. There are two buildings right there in the foreground. If you look, there are embers blowing in the opposite direction. Go ahead, widen out just a little bit. They're getting water on the fire, but there are embers blowing uphill, and now a new fire. Go ahead.
Embers.
Over to the left, there's another structure.
Those embers, boy, that's dangerous right there, man. Those embers is what's setting these fires, man. Another fire.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
That's crazy.
Catching on fire near the top of this hill. This is directly up from Veneta and Sunswept Drive.
Look at that little fire up there at the top, at the left. Man, did that just come out of nowhere?
You can see the fire in that patio starting on the left-hand side of your screen. Some brush in the middle of this another house.
And those people that stay in the house, I know they see that. They can't run out there with the pots and pans full of water. Somebody got to have a fire extinguisher.
House that hasn't been touched yet, but there are two, I think that's two houses that are now on fire, well involved. LA City Fire just getting on scene, getting water on the fire. I wonder if we are going to see them drop some water over here, but this is a completely separate part of town. We are in the San Fernando Valley on the Studio City side, kind of right at the edge of Studio City and Sherman Oaks, I would say, and this fire is going really, really good. I almost wonder how long this has been going on. There comes the water drop. They are now dropping water. We were on our way back to Van Nuys Airport to refuel from the Palisades fire when we caught wind of this one here, which is really rip-roaring at a pretty steady pace and flying up that hillside with those embers already starting secondary fires.
I don't know if you can, hopefully you can hear me. I'm wondering if you could zoom in on the house kind of on the upper left, because I thought I saw movement in there. Are there people in that house, and what are they doing at this point? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, we're going to try and we're going to push in there and see what we can see. I don't see any movement inside the house. It's coming right up. I'm almost positive it's on the property line. It's just coming right up against the edge of the home. It looks like a little patio back there maybe, but really, really, really close. They have some protection there, but again, with the winds the way they are, it just takes one of those eaves or pretty much anything outside that house to catch on fire, and all of a sudden you have another structure fire. It's definitely flaring up there. In the meantime, we're keeping an eye on this one as well, which apparently I'm being told, I want to confirm this, it looks like this started a little bit earlier, almost about 20 minutes ago. They've been fighting this fire for about 20 to 25 minutes, so they have probably been on scene just a little bit under that, but look how fast this house fire has exploded into multiple structures that are now going completely up in flames.
Wow. We don't know if this is connected in any way to any of the other fires that we have been seeing. You know, on a typical day in Los Angeles, you have a couple of house fires. So we don't know if this is in some way part of this wildland situation we've been dealing with, but it's become that because it's dry and the wind is taking the embers into the other areas here, as you see. It looks like the backyard, the back deck of that house on the upper left, there's something there that's burning. There's an area in between where it looks like grass or brush or something there that is also on fire. This is at Goodland and Sunswept.
Yeah, and just a quick little look. Chris, you were going to fuel up, so you were heading back to the Van Nuys Airport. I'm taking it because now I'm looking at seeing how close this is to the Runyon Canyon, the Sunset Fire. It's really not that close. It's just under 6 miles.
This is nowhere. This is in the opposite direction, nowhere close to that fire.
Yeah.
This is a completely separate incident. Regardless of how it started, we could see how it's going, and you can see whether it was it looks like it very well could have just been a house fire, as Mark mentioned. But a house fire in this environment can tend to be so much more. Look at that, another spot fire starting up the hill, separate from those
that helicopter
homes,
just dropped that down there?
Harder fire to get to. That's going to be up to the helicopter to spot that one. And another spot fire. This fire is well, that's just lights. That is not a fire. Sorry, that's just lights. But there's already a spot fire next to that third house, which is on fire. So we can count. Well, I should say the property's on fire. We have 2.
That's crazy. Look how fast that, man. We are seeing a catastrophic event, man, live. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy. Hollywood is burning, and the surrounding areas too. So, man, look, but pray for these people, man. Look, this is just crazy, man. It's crazy.
2 structures on fire currently. Another property that is clearly threatened by flames in the backyard there, and already a spot fire just up the hill from that on the other side of Sunswept Drive. So it is going uphill.
Sunswept Drive and Vanetta Drive. Sunswept Drive and Vanetta Drive in Studio City. Good Lord, they just zooming in on little fires just happening. It just happened that quick.
The wind and the terrain are both going in the same direction in this case. The uphill terrain here in Studio City, heading up into the hills, is the same direction that the wind is blowing these flames.
Wow, it's just remarkable to see this, Mark. I know that you know this area very well. We've lived in Studio City, and this area there's a lot of homes in this area.
There's a lot of
Keck, you better check outside your house. One of my boys, man, he got a video. I told him to send it to me, but he got a video, man, of some people getting out of a car, man, with gas cans and setting them up in different areas until the fire, is not burning, of course, but they setting the gas cans out, man, and the fire is headed that way. So it's like, what's going on? I don't think somebody was supposed to film that. I don't know. I'm trying to get the footage as we speak. But yeah, man, this is crazy. It's some chaos, man, at the end of this president term. You know what I'm saying? Then it's like the fires that's going on is in Gavin Newsom's area. You know what I'm saying? So maybe this is a sign, man. Like this is I'm lost for words. I might need to look outside the studio and see if it ain't on fire over here, because if fires is just jumping like that, man, these fires that's happening is miles apart. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, it could have just been a house fire, but at this time, you know what I'm saying? I think people are trying to get them scams going. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Homes in the hills. There's a lot of trees, not a lot of brush kind of in this particular area, but there are just tons of trees, very narrow streets. That's why during these red flag days, by the way, people aren't allowed to park on the street, because you've got to be able to get the emergency equipment, the fire trucks, up into this neighborhood to fight the fires that do break out. If you could zoom out a little bit and give our viewers at home a little bit of a way to orient themselves on where this is in relation to, say, Ventura Boulevard,
Ventura Boulevard,
that area.
Yeah.
Hey, Young Shane, I'm live, man. Can you send me that footage you said you had about the gas can thing? If you can get it, send it to my Instagram. Yeah, I need to show, because it's another fire that just started in Studio City.
I'm looking at it right now. Look at me.
Like, damn.
I'm watching this shit live, but let me find the shit with the gas cans. I'm gonna send it right to you.
All right. Yeah, man, that's my boy Young Shane, man. He be up on it. He was telling me that when I seen him, but he had to charge his phone up. So now hopefully he send it to me soon so I can show it to y'all, man.
Yeah, about a half mile up. We'll go ahead and widen out. Let's go ahead and widen out, Lucas. You'll see Ventura Boulevard come up on the left side of your screen. Not too far, but not too close either. Probably about a half a mile, I would say, up from Ventura Boulevard.
And all that area, roads, hills, slope, all that stuff is all houses, man. It's like, it's not even an area where it's in the mountains. Y'all can see that main road right there. What is that? I don't know what street that is, but it's one of them big streets, man. So all those is houses, businesses, historic spots, everything, man. So if this fire spread, man, something going on. I'm going to check outside in about 2 hours. Something going on.
Which is on the right side of your screen, right there. No traffic on Ventura right now. They only have a few engines. Okay. I'm almost a little bit surprised that there's not more reinforcements already up here, but they're probably gearing up for that as we speak. But as we know all too well,
ain't gonna be no fireman sleep tonight. I might have to go in and go get my fireman costume and go on out there and do something, because this is crazy.
Resources are stretched thin. It's really worth repeating. Now go ahead and push right back into the home right there, and you get a sense of the amount of brush, a lot of really thick, heavy fuel right behind this house, which is really what's fueling the spreading of this fire. Whether it started as a house fire or not, it is now a brush fire that is wildly spreading here up the hill. So we've got already, again, 2 structures, a third one threatened, and more spot fires.
All right, and I've got it, I think, on our map right here. It's Sunswept Drive, and the intersection, or the other street that's nearby, is Goodland. So it looks like it's basically right here. And zooming back out, you've got Ventura Boulevard here. That's Whitsett. So as you say, it's about a half a mile or so as the crow flies from Ventura and Whitsett, which is, of course, a pretty busy intersection in the San Fernando Valley. Probably not very busy right now, given
look at all
the hour and the situation.
Look at all those houses right there. They got some trees there, but it's a lot of nice big homes and all that stuff, man. It's crazy
that we find ourselves in. But you can see there's a hillside. You've got some brush and some vegetation here. Homes all along these streets, very narrow streets. And hopefully the people who live in this area have been adhering to the red flag rules for parking and allowing those fire trucks to get in there and do their work, letting those firefighters get in there. But that one home, it looks it's pretty badly damaged.
I mean, I would guess to say it's pretty much destroyed. You can see it fully engulfed in flames. And Chris, again, the smaller structure right to the left of it looks like it might be a whole different home. It doesn't. At first, I thought it might have been attached, but it looks like a different home.
Same here. Yeah, this is 2 separate house fires for sure. And as visual as this is, I'm concerned because it is clear if you look behind the house, there goes the front of the facade, the front of the house, a complete collapse now. And now that's going to send embers flying straight up
everywhere.
That is going to send a whole
of
embers.
Look at all those little glowing things. I mean, all them embers, man. The front of the house just fell like that. Let me see if I can rewind it a little bit.
And now that's going to send embers flying.
Yeah, that was right there. Let's go back a little bit. I know it's live, but I've been pausing a little bit. So we behind just a little bit, but we got to see this wall of fire fall down and send all those embers all over the place. So it's going to be even more fires, man.
Something there that's burning. There's an area in between where it looks like grass or brush or something there that is also on fire. This is at Goodland and Sunswept.
Yeah, and just a quick little look. Chris, you were going to fuel up, so you were heading back to the Van Nuys Airport. I'm taking it because now I'm looking at seeing how close this is to the Runyon Canyon, the Sunset Fire. It's really not that close. It's just under 6 miles.
No,
Six miles.
This is nowhere. This is in the opposite direction. Nowhere close to that fire.
Yeah.
This is a completely separate incident. Regardless of how it started, we could see how it's going, and you can see whether it was it looks like it very well could have just been a house fire, as Mark mentioned, but a house fire in this environment can tend to be so much more. Look at that, another
area as we did with the Sunset Fire. Let's start thinking about those houses that are going to be uphill or downwind of this house, which is at Veneta Place and Sunswept Drive. The people who are nearby who might want to think about moving on or getting their belongings out of their homes right now, given that this new fire has erupted in Studio City. If we zoom out a little bit, if it's possible, let's maybe take a look at some of those other streets and give a bit of a warning to the people there. That looks like it's Goodland Avenue, more of Sunswept Drive, and Yeah, just people who are in that area, basically looking up towards the top of the screen. That's Avenida del Sol, Alta Mesa Drive. Keep an eye on this. We're not going to say necessarily that you have to go, but you should be looking at that as a possibility because of the way these things have been spreading rapidly. Now, the good news, Colleen, is that it's not as windy as it was before.
Exactly.
Right?
And it would be great to see the helicopters and the air assault taking place because it's not as windy as last night. So we do know that LA City Fire, LA County Fire, they've been very thrilled to be able to at least use their air assault firefighting methods as well, and they have been proving to be very successful. I feel like I see, maybe that's actually probably not one of those water dropping helicopters. I'm not quite sure, but this is a dramatic fire. This is very visual, and again,
I'm coughing. Maybe the smoke coming in here.
There are so many people living in these small pockets of the community, even though you're right up against the brush. It would be great to see a water drop right there.
It would.
But anyway, I would say if you have a family and you're seeing this, or you know the conditions out here, we're still ripe for dangerous fires right now. And right now would be a very good time to get that ready, set, go plan and maybe execute it so you don't get stuck in a bottleneck.
Indeed. And, I'm thinking about the words of Fire Chief Kristen Crowley earlier, where if you think that if you got a warning and you think you want to move out and evacuate, but the evacuation itself takes you through the area that's in trouble. You got to think about that and creating additional congestion. But also something else that we've been hearing, over the last 24 hours is if you're in an area that's under warning and you feel like you should get out, go ahead and get out.
Just trust your instincts. I think.
Oh, I was going to say they didn't have the water hitting the damn fire. You had to put it in the middle of that thing.
I think that is probably the best advice. I know that if I were near this home, I just think, best to get out, even if you get to come back in an hour or two. But
take a lot of water,
there's a very active firefight. It is good to see LA City Fire here fighting this fire, because I know last night they were so stretched then when we were talking about the Palisades fire. Some homes, they didn't have any fire protection on it because there was just too many fires that were happening.
All right, and what we're seeing, though, what we didn't see last night, 24 hours ago, what we're seeing tonight is that when these fires happen, you're getting a response that's pretty immediate and pretty direct and pinpointed to that fire, because
they put that fire out that was right there. But it don't mean the rest of that stuff is safe.
I see that.
We've got units that have been coming in from different parts of the state. Go ahead, Chris. Were you going to say something?
No, I'm sorry. We've got some sparking coming right next to the fire truck here. It looks like it might be I don't know, maybe a power line that caused that. I don't know. We caught our attention there. We're still keeping a close eye on this.
How they starting the fires?
You're so right. This is a perfect opportunity.
Is that how they starting the damn fires?
There may not be any evacuation orders in place yet for this, and I don't know if there will be, but if you live right above this house, if you live one level up from Sunswept Drive, probably a good idea to head out just for a little bit until they get this under control, because right now, what started as a house fire, or two house fires, is now burning well out of control, and I think beyond the limitations of the handful of crews that are down there right now. The only way is if they start doing some more water drops out here, which I presume they're in the process of dispatching as we speak. But right now, you can see as clearly as we can, this fire is burning out of control.
What are you seeing in terms of spot fires that are breaking out uphill from this house?
Oh, it's out of control. Good Lord, look at that spark right there. I think I just caught pausing.
At this point.
Look at that. Look at that, y'all.
Good question, Lucas. Go ahead and tilt up.
Oh,
go ahead and tilt up behind the homes. Behind the homes, there is a lot of brush that is now smoldering behind it. There is an orange glow coming. Go ahead and push in on the grass. There's brush, and right in there, you can see a whole side of the hill that is smoldering. There's spot fires in there. In fact, some of those weren't even there a few minutes ago. So this fire is indeed spotting. And another spot to the left. Another spot to the left. This is going to be a couple hundred yards away at the end of
Viewcrest Road.
I didn't catch that street. What is that? Is that Viewcrest Road. At the very end of Viewcrest Road is a spot fire that was almost certainly started by the embers from that house fire. So this is how fast it happens. And this one is almost more concerning in some ways, guys, because now you have an entire side of the Hollywood Hills, opposite Hollywood, that is completely threatened by that fire right there.
Yeah, and you know,
that's nothing but, all back here is nothing but trees and brush, because you can tell ain't no lights unless the power lines went out over here. But the streets that they got named right here, that's at the end of Viewcrest Road. Ain't no other streets this way, so it got to be a side of a hill. So man, that is then the fire crews got to drive from here all the way to get over there to put this out. So it's gonna be a challenge for them to get to that, man. By that time, this thing is gonna be huge. Huge. I'm predicting it right now. Huge.
Bruh.
No, Chris, we're talking about our viewers who are really hanging on to everybody's words right now because it's so stressful this evening. So many anxious people watching and hoping that none of these fires get to them. I know that Evan Samford, he worked with us years ago. He says his parents live right next to this house, and they are making a plan. And I know that they're watching this right now because we're talking about how people, if they feel like they need to go, just, you know, follow your gut instincts and go. Mark, you have the touchscreen right there.
Well, yeah, and I was able to find it here. So basically where the house is that's on fire is basically right here, this corner, Sunswept Drive. Over here is Viewcrest. So the spotting that took place basically is right in this area. You see a number of homes dotted along Viewcrest Road. Again, another one of those very narrow Hollywood Hills sort of streets here in Studio City. And people who are in this area should be keeping an eye on this very, very closely. If you live on Viewcrest, Woodhill Canyon, let's see, where else are we looking at here? Rhodes Avenue up above the boulevard, Laurel Terrace, of course. This whole area, if you're keeping an eye on this, you should be looking at this very closely and considering whether or not to move out. If you're feeling uncomfortable and a little frightened about what you're seeing, you should go ahead and probably move out because or head out, because we just don't know if an evacuation order might be issued. The good news, of course, is that the winds are not blowing like they were last night. That's the good news. If this were last night and we had winds in this area 30, 35, 40 miles an hour, this would be a whole different story. That hillside would already be going up and there'd be homes right now in real significant danger. There still might be some danger there. You do see a big response from LA City Fire that has included at least one water drop from a helicopter, as well as a lot of units on the ground that are getting water on the fire, the house fire. But just to be sure, there is, of course, the red flag warning that is still in place. It's still very dry out there, and there is still some wind.
And you know what, Mark, I'm learning some added details from Evan Stanford, again, one of our former colleagues here over at ABC 7. His parents live there, and he says they also have his 95-year-old grandmother with them because her power never came back from Sherman Oaks from yesterday. Her power was turned off. So there are a lot of people who are struggling right now. You know, you see people need help, and if you do not have your power and it's been shut off, this can be extremely challenging and very nerve-wracking. But again, the good thing is you can stream our newscasts on your phone if you do lose power, so you can at least see where these fires are located. And Chris, excellent job by you seeing this, and then you saw the other spot fire. So this, what a tense situation right here for the residents here in Studio City.
Yeah, you could just, I mean, this city is not going to sleep tonight. I mean, this is really concerning to see these fires popping up like this. And this indeed was apparently a structure call out. So they responded out here to a structure fire to find these houses on fire, not only one, but two. But what we've seen in the last few minutes is really the most concerning part, as we mentioned. And as you just said that, Mark, you know, if this was last night, we would have an entirely different situation on our hands right now. You have a fire that they're fighting. They have their hands full with this, especially because of the terrain and the brush behind the homes. But if we widen out and go ahead and pan over to that spot fire, and
in them streets, say, do you think it's a distraction from something else they doing? Hey, it could be. Could be. I said in the beginning of the live, maybe they trying to burn all of Diddy's footprints in Hollywood. I don't know, but it could be. I don't know, man. It's whatever they doing or whatever is going on is devastating, man, to a lot of people. So I don't know, man. We'll see.
There are multiple spot fires, which are concerning, but I have every confidence that within a few minutes, not too long, they will drop water on that fire, and that should be put to bed. But if this was last night, that spot fire that you see right there would be ripping uphill through Studio City into the Hollywood Hills, just like we saw a little bit earlier.
Still got to get up there, though.
The winds were whipping into Hollywood, and you saw that fire exploding
move so fast
exponentially.
You only can move so fast from one point to one point, man. They got to make sure this one is smoldering at least. You know what I'm saying? The big one that they just had that they put out, now they got the small one. They got several little small spots over there, you know, in between Sunswept Drive and Veneta, so they got to make it all the way to Viewcrest Road. So
towards, you know, the city of Hollywood. So, you know, now you have this situation on this side of the hill, but I have to imagine in a few minutes they will get water on that fire. It does not seem to be spreading yet, but it's still blowing about 20 to 25 knots, about 25 miles per hour up here. And so, you know, it's still a windy night, and that's
still windy,
not to be taken lightly.
Which brings me to a question I have for Dallas Raines, our meteorologist. You have been watching the winds, and you have been telling us that they are basically kind of on the schedule that you told us. They are dying out. What's the situation as far as the winds are concerned in this part of the San Fernando Valley?
It's the same deal we were talking about. Powerful winds tonight, but they are still there, and it's very, very dry. And as Chris mentions, when he's up there in Air 7 and watching all this happen, it really doesn't take very much. If you have a fire like this one, how this one started, we don't know. Could be an ember. We really just don't know. But the winds are blowing 15 to occasionally 20 miles per hour, and then they'll just go down to almost zero wind velocities, but it's dry. That's why the red flag warning will remain in effect, and it's very frightening, as Chris mentioned, to see a fire like this, a house.
Let's see if we got something else we can look at. Let's see. What's going on right here? Oh, shit, we missing out, y'all. We missing out. Let's see what's going on right here.
On that, I believe Anthony, our writer, was going to put it together. And then before we get to that video, if you don't have it as yet, so this is a building right across the street. That's what it's looking like after those fires,
man. It's looking crazy right now. Let's see what they talking about.
West of Mandeville Canyon, and I'll look for sure here in just a second, but you can see that the fire is still very active in certain spots here as we enter the 9 o'clock hour, and now you know, more than 24 hours from where this fire started. And there's some.
Oh, is that fire that we was looking at? I don't know. Let's see. We're gonna skip the weather report and see what's going on up here.
People, if they feel like they need to go, just, you know, follow your gut instincts and go. Mark, you have the touchscreen right there.
Well, yeah, and I was able to find it here. So basically, where the house all out because of a house fire, but given the situation and the conditions in which we are all dealing with right now, you've got the very dry winds and the very dry conditions. There has been spotting and the danger that this will spread to other homes. That's why we are over it right now. Chris Christie is there. This is in Studio City, just about, about a half mile or so south of the intersection of Ventura Boulevard and Whitsett Avenue.
To any other homes, but again, like we saw when we first pulled up, it doesn't take much for a single flame to go flying into somebody else's backyard, and you have a brand new situation. Right now, we're not seeing that. That original spot fire in the backyard of another home just down the road seems to have burned itself out. You just have that hillside, which is really blanketed with fresh fuel that is ripe to burn, unfortunately. But thankfully, they seem to be getting a handle on it relatively.
Absolutely, Chris. Thank you. And again, just to see the firefighters and the pilots, we know that they called in additional pilots to help fight in this wind event that was taking place over the last couple days. We're going to now go to Brianna Willis from our sister station, KFSN, who has been helping us out with our team coverage. Let's take a look where she is. Brianna.
Yeah, Colleen, right now I'm obviously at the Eaton fire. It's been so deadly and dangerous, and right now there's really not an end in sight. I'm in this area of Molina Avenue, and I want to show you right now. You guys are just talking about neighbors helping neighbors. This man right now actually putting out some hot spots and flames. We just spoke to someone who didn't want to go on camera, but they said he's his friend, and these are just his neighbors. So he was just here putting out flames. As you can see, he's moving on to the next site. But this scene here on this area of Molina Avenue, really just an indication of what we're seeing right now. Smoke going up. Obviously, this home is already
We got Stephen Evangelist. What's going on with you? Man, there's so many fires going on right now. This one fire, man, and sparked another fire. Then that fire sparked another fire. So it is fires in areas where you wouldn't even think that it would be major fires like this. You know what I'm saying? So what's really going on?
A total loss.
And then the fires are miles apart. So what's up, man?
But what we aren't seeing in this area is firefighters. We heard Chris Christie just talking about it. Obviously, resources stretched.
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, though. I'm doing well. Back at it. Let's go.
Very thin, but we can see even more flames in the distance. And even if we swing this way, even more flames over here. And again, no firefighters in sight because obviously we've seen all of those fires popping up really across the area. We were over near Calavera Street where a high school was on fire, and we saw there was a big firefight on it. And then as the Hollywood Hills fire started to burn and other fires, we saw so many people start to leave the area. Now, Mark, Colleen, I heard you guys just talking about neighbors helping neighbors. When I talked to that guy who didn't want to go on camera with us, he told me that he evacuated overnight around 3 a.m., but he was actually back because some of his neighbors were here. They came to just check on things. He said his gas line was still on, so they came out to help each other. So in this area of Altadena, neighbors are helping neighbors, and that's what he said he's going to do. He actually told me he plans to stay the night. He evacuated last night, but he does want to stay here right now to check on things. He's here with his friend, as I mentioned. The rest of his family evacuated to his brother's house, but he's still just going to stay and see how things are. Of course, firefighters stretch completely thin, but this area, really a complete loss. He said the back of his home actually burned a little bit, but the rest of it is still intact, and so that's why he wants to stay and try to help fight this fire. We're live in Altadena tonight. We'll send things back to you guys in the studio. I'm Brianna Willis, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, Brianna, real quick, how's the wind situation where you are? It looks pretty calm.
Yeah, right now it is actually really calm, Mark. Earlier we saw some gusty winds, but right now, not too much. At one point, I am petite. It was knocking me over just a little bit, but right now, obviously we...
Steven, that's what I think too, man. My boy, he's supposed to be sending me a video of some people with gas cans, setting them in strategic spots and waiting for the fire to come and overtake the gas. So, I don't know, man. I need to call him again. So it's taking so long with this footage.
We see all of the wind damage here. We can see some branches here on the ground. Obviously, from overnight, we've seen this fire obviously burning for over 24 hours. But right now, the winds are pretty calm in this area of Altadena right now.
All right, Brianna Willis from our sister station KFSN, thank you for that live report from the Eaton fire. The devastation still very evident. A lot of those fires behind you having to do with gas lines that are still basically burning off gas. Thank you for that live report.
Yeah, now we're going to go to the Sunset Fire, and that's where Tim Caputo is standing by live. Tim, how's it looking from you? You've had some dramatic scenes behind you over the last few hours, but it looks very dark.
Yeah, it is dark, and part of the reason is we're actually in Runyon Canyon itself. We hiked up a little bit from Franklin Street, where we spent much of the afternoon when the fire first started, where most of the homes are, to get a closer up-close look at the fire and the progress right now. You might hear the helicopters above. Those are the spotters at the moment. It seems like most of the ones putting water on this fire have moved over to the Studio City fire, and maybe a good thing.
If y'all looking, man, subscribe to the channel, man. Hit that like button, man. Double tap the screen one time for your boy, man.
Because things have calmed down a little bit here.
I'm out here in Southern California, man. I can go outside and see the smoke. Cars is filled with ashes and all kind of stuff going on right now. And I'm far away from the fire. Far away, you know, not too far, but I am far though. But yeah, man, double tap the screen, man. Your boy I like it too.
I do want to show you my flashlight, some of what they're dealing with. And keep in mind, too, you're practically looking straight up because this is obviously a steep hill where we are right now. You actually see a firefighter. I don't want to get the light too much on him, but working on putting out some of those hot spots on this fire. It's not raging at the moment. You barely see flames here and there. There's obviously hot spots and embers that are kind of coming off some of the trees and some of the wood here, but it's not as bad as it certainly once was when the fire first started. Some of the fire crews here, when they say they got here, it was raging, even from where we're standing right now. But with the assistance of the aerial attack and obviously the crews that have been on the ground for quite some time, they have made really good progress. I want to just give you a sense of where we are. Obviously, we didn't hike all the way up to Mulholland. We're just a little bit above the Waddles Mansion, which is kind of at the beginning, the lower part of the canyon itself, maybe 100, 200 feet from there. Those are where the homes are. Obviously, that's where the concern is as this fire was working its way down Runyon Canyon. But it seems as though, as you see here, and he's doing a great job, right? Because all these little hot spots are seemingly out as he's spraying them. They got guys on the ground all along this line here, this kind of walkway, and they've been putting out the hot spots, and we've barely been able to see much of the actual flames here. So good news when it comes to these Sunset Fire. Of course, we're never out of the woods when it comes to these fires until they get true containment and a lot of these flames out. But at the moment, especially where we were an hour or 2 hours ago, we have made great progress. They have made great progress. I'm just standing here. But they seem the work is doing well at the moment, and they seem to have a control of the Sunset Fire, at least for now.
Well, I'll tell you, at the bottom, are you on Fuller Street by any chance?
No, we're on Curson, so there's just opposite side here.
I see. So in the area on Fuller, leading up to Runyon Canyon, I know because I've hiked this canyon literally probably scores of times, and there's apartment buildings on either side of it. It's almost like an extension of the canyon, right, Colleen? You've done it as well. So leading up to Fuller, those people have to be very relieved that it didn't get all that way down
Palisades,
to them,
of course,
and that the firefighters were able to put a stop to it.
You're exactly right, guys. When we first rolled up, we saw that kind of mess of people who were leaving at the time. The evacuation had just started. And as you mentioned, there were all these apartment buildings and all these people flowing outside with luggage in hand, backpacks, anything they could grab and quickly get out. And many of those people were trying to just get out of this area, not knowing how far it would come down the canyon and potentially into those neighborhoods. Thank goodness it has not come to that point, and they seem to got a handle of it here as we speak in the canyon itself, because as you mentioned, it is tightly packed there, apartment buildings, homes, and if that fire got that far, who knows where it would spread. So they've done a really good job, and we've seen the aerial attack pretty consistently over the last couple hours. You probably can't hear it, but off in the distance, the chainsaws going as well. There are 50, 60, maybe 70 folks on the ground as well. They had the aerial attack, so they seem to have made good progress and good control on this fire. Certainly a little bit of good news in what has been a rough last couple of days.
Yeah, Tim, I have a question for you. Now that you're talking about, you have been seeing some people. We know that it looks like the firefighters are getting a handle on the Sunset Fire. Are you seeing anybody who was evacuated coming home?
So Yes and no, right? There were people who left the immediate area who didn't like go to a friend's house and I'm going to stay there overnight. They wanted to stay relatively close. There were some people kind of hanging on Franklin or a block or two over, sitting in their cars, hoping things would calm down. They still can't go back to their homes. The evacuation order is still in effect. But they're hopeful. They're waiting it out. They're not gone back inside their homes. And actually, you know, a couple hours ago when we were outside that house where that palm tree was on fire right in front of the house, we spoke with the homeowner. And I just wanted to mention, too, because we ended up calling him, and he was extremely grateful for those good Samaritans who showed up and got the hose and sprayed down that tree, and said he wants to thank them personally as well because they essentially saved his house and would have and could have been many more houses from that. So nobody's returning just yet. I think at an abundance of caution, especially from what we've seen, watching from home, seeing the smoke in the air, essentially from anywhere, whether it's in the Pacific Palisades, Altadena, and Pasadena. Once it got close to their home, people weren't messing around. They said, let me grab my stuff, let me get out of here. I don't care if it's coming down. I don't care if it's going west. I don't care if the wind's blowing the other way. I'm not messing with it. Smart move.
Yeah, at some point you just got to give up and say, man, look, if I come back, my house there, man, it was a blessing. If not, got to rebuild, man. I know it's hard. It's hard, man. That's crazy. Let's see what we're talking about right here.
As we come on air tonight, the National Weather Service says the strong winds and dry conditions are set to remain in place through Friday.
And this is a live look at Los Angeles County. You can see the wildfires raging and the scope and sheer size of the flames ripping through Southern California.
All right, here's the latest at 10. The death toll stands at 5 as multiple fires are still raging tonight. The White House.
Say, man, it's only 5 so far, but we're going to see, man, by the time they do their assessment of all the stuff that burnt and all this stuff and see how many actual people that actually perished in this moment. You know what I'm saying? This is just crazy.
Has just signed off on a federal disaster declaration. At least 100,000 people are under evacuation orders. More than 1,000 structures have been reduced to rubble. And for those still in their homes, it's believed more than 1.5 million people are currently without power. We have Fox 5 live team coverage tonight.
Chief Meteorologist Nick Gregory with how the supersized Santa Ana winds and dry conditions.
They said 1.5 million people without power. So if my power go out, man, if it just end abruptly, you know it's close. It's close. Other than that, man, I'm pretty safe. You know what I'm saying? My condolences go out to the families who lost loved ones, and my prayers go out to the people who lost their homes, property, all that stuff, man. Animals, all kind of stuff is going on right now. So if this power go out, if it ends abruptly, you know something going on. All right, let's keep going.
Conditions are creating this perfect storm. But let's start with the latest on where things stand tonight with Sharon Crowley. Sharon?
Yeah, Natasha and Steve, Southern California facing another long night of fighting multiple wildfires. Santa Ana winds still spreading the flames, but luckily they've died down enough for now that firefighters can start to get help from airplanes. President Biden now sending federal resources to California. 5 people have died amid massive property damage. And this just in, these pictures showing the newest fire to break out just within the last hour, spreading into the Hollywood Hills near Runyon Canyon. Firefighters say that fire is quickly moving up the hill and threatening new homes tonight. Meanwhile, the fire has been raging in Pacific Palisades, and the most destructive in recent history in L.A.
Look at them houses, man. Those houses, that's crazy. There's some nice big houses.
The flames destroyed more than 1,000 homes and buildings and burned more than 15,000 acres. It's a 0% contained fire. Relentless and damaging winds, as we've been telling you, energizing these fire and expected to continue overnight. Firefighters say the Palisades fire between Malibu and Santa Monica is also threatening more than 10,000 homes. Many oceanfront homes in Malibu.
That looked crazy right there, boy.
Also are completely gone. This exclusive zip code along the Pacific Coast Highway is home to many celebrities. Residents evacuating to shelters, some telling us they had just minutes to pack up and leave.
You know, it's really scary when you can see the flames coming up over the houses 2 blocks away, and you're just getting out of the driveway, and the smoke and the ash is so thick you can't even see. You can barely see 5 feet in front of you. It's like Armageddon.
Well, the Pasadena fire chief says between 200 and 500 structures have been damaged or lost from the Eaton fire. That started Tuesday night when hurricane-force winds whipped up flames. He says the water system was stretched and further hampered by power outages there. Firefighters were unable to stop the fire as embers ignited block after block, flying through the air, as you can see there. The mayor of Los Angeles just holding a briefing in the last hour. She's urging people to evacuate if they are asked to do so, and says finally they have air power helping to fight these fast-moving fires.
Man.
Hurricane-force winds are usually accompanied by rainstorms, but
I don't like her, man. She ain't doing nothing. Why are you trying to explain? Like, we can see what's going on. What are you going to do to help these people? People who lost everything, Miss Bass. Man.
These are hurricane-force winds that are combined with extreme...
That stupid look and smile on her face like it's funny or something.
Extremely dry drought conditions. To provide context, at 10:20 a.m. yesterday, the Palisades fire was at 10 acres. 12 minutes later, it was at 200 acres. To those who fled their homes, especially those who have lost your homes, our hearts are breaking for you, and we stand with you.
Yeah, right.
Well, many celebrities posting on social media.
You was just somewhere, somebody inauguration or some presidents or whatever was going on. You ain't, man, nobody want to hear all that, what you talking about, Miss Bass.
That their homes burned to the ground. The vice president's neighborhood also had to be evacuated. Smoke and fire blanketing iconic landmarks like the Getty Villa and the Hollywood sign. And again, there is some positive news coming out of there tonight. The winds have slowed enough that firefighters can now use airplanes to assist in this firefight. Natasha.
And hopefully that makes a big difference. All right, Sharon, thank you. And the powerful winds have been making the fires nearly impossible to contain.
All right, on your screen right now, you're looking at a time-lapse video of the Palisades fire from cameras in Santa Monica and Malibu. Let's get the latest on how the winds are impacting the firefight from Chief Meteorologist Nick Gregory. And that's really the thing that's
seen it when it was like just a plume of smoke. For it to turn out to be like this, whew, Lord, I should have took a picture of it, but I didn't. I just was like, you know, it is what it is. It's crazy. Let's see what's going on. This is on scene, man. Shout out On Scene TV, man. He be out everywhere, man. Murder scenes, car accidents, all type of murder scenes, car accidents, all type of situations, man. On Scene TV, man. Shout him out, man. I'm gonna use this footage for a little bit. Hopefully he don't get mad, but you know, he's doing the public a service, and I'm here to put it out there on my channel. Saying, let's go. Look at all those fire trucks. Fire trucks be clean. That's what I'm talking about.
It's fucking taking off back here on the
That's what I'm talking about. Put that fire out. Spilled all the water, man. That's crazy to see that area looking like that, man. Damn. Shout out to all the little prisoners, man. I know they out there fighting, man. Little fire camps, incarcerated guys, man. I know they got to have them out there helping. You know what I'm saying? So shout them out too, man.
Here's one. Okay.
That's why the fire started.
What's up, Chris?
They at work, man. They at work. Firefighters at work. Look at that wind, man. Know them backpacks probably weigh about 50, 60 pounds on their back. You know what I'm saying? Firefighters at work, man. These are heroes right here, man. Got the young ladies out there helping. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it. Fire right there. Look how the sky changed. Hopefully, I wonder if these buildings are still standing. I don't know. I wonder if these little prisoners, I don't know. Little fireflies, what's going on? Shout out On Scene, man. On Scene TV. I recommend y'all go follow On Scene TV, man. They really be on the scene. out of there. Crazy. That little bit of water ain't gonna do nothing, brother.
Hey, put it on the fence. You got more hoses? Yeah. They're hooked up in the back. Hey, maybe you take this one. I'll go get another one.
Back over there into the fire. Man, fire just be burning. Put it like that. Surf wood. Man. Look at that nice car. Look at that nice car right there, man. I've got in that car and got up out of there. Man. Nice areas, man. If anybody never been to Southern California, man, Hollywood Hills area, Palisades area, man, this is all $1 million homes, man. It's going to be billions of dollars to repair all this stuff, man. Billions. with a B. Damn, that's crazy. That looked like that helicopter didn't do nothing. By the amount of water that came out, it was a lot of water that came out of there, man. It just don't look. It don't look like it was a lot. It's crazy, man. Look how this look, man. This look like apocalyptic stuff. Apocalyptic. It's crazy. Boy, that fire, boy, I tell you. Cold part is, man. Cold part is, hope these people get, you know what I'm saying, get more than $750. Where the hell is Kamala Harris ass at anyway? Where is she at? This is supposed to be her state. Look at that, man. They shit trying to get up out of there. They trying to get up out of there. They done wrecked their car. Still moving. Shout out Crane X Dragon for the super chat, man. He say, "Oh well, it was a trash heap anyways. Dumpster fire, man. You know, look, you gotta commend the lady, man. She hit something and got to safety. You know what I'm saying? Got her and her dog up out of there and got to safety. Man." Gonna watch a little bit more on scene, man. Let's see what he's doing right here. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get into the fire. On scene, man. Shout out On Scene TV, man. Y'all go follow that man. Or go follow them. Cause they be on the scene for real. POV, man. Let's get into the flames. That look crazy right there. Look like the pit of hell right now. You know, Public Enemy, man, they did a song called Burn Hollywood Burn. You know what I'm saying? Not to say, you know, it is what it is. They had a song called Burn Hollywood Burn. If anybody know who Public Enemy is. Look at that, man. That look crazy. And you can hear how hard the wind is blowing. The wind was blowing hard yesterday, man, for real. I felt it all the way down here in Long Beach. You know what I'm saying? If anybody know about LA, man, Long Beach is a little bit, it's not too far from LA. We right here by the coastline, man, but Santa Ana winds kick up, man, everybody feel it. So the wind was blowing hard yesterday. Today is kind of moderate. It's blowing a little bit, 15 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour, something like that. But, you know, that's all it take, man, for a fire, man, a little bit of oxygen, you know. $1 million home up in flames. God, man, that's crazy. Just to know that when you come back, you're not gonna have anything left, man. One of these people, they were able to pull everything, at least the important stuff that means something to them, like photos, medical records and all that stuff, you know what I'm saying? So hopefully these people got what they needed and bought it on homes, man. Everything else is just material, man. It can be replaced. But pictures, medical records, really important stuff, man, you get that up out of there, man. say the rest of the stuff, the furniture, the cars, the house, all that can be replaced. Memories can't, so you gotta get that up out of there, man. Right. Just to know your house is going to be burnt up. You only had 30 minutes to get whatever you need to get it up out of there. Nice big homes, man. See that? Nothing left. Right. Shame, man. Ain't nothing you could do about it. All right. It looked like Armageddon. That wind blowing, it was like Armageddon out there right now. They need to stomp out those little fires right there. Why they ain't stomping them out? Well, that's why I ain't no firefighter, I guess. I'd have been stomping them damn little flames out.
Yeah, take a left here. 751 has a fire.
One of my photographers, so I can go right.
They still got Christmas lights up. That's messed up, man. New Year just passed. Beginning of the new year, man, your house get burned down. Man, it got to be devastating, man. For real. You start your year off like this. It's going to be a long year for a lot of these people, man. A lot of these people going to be displaced. They ain't got nowhere to go. It's just sad, man. It's just sad. Right there, man. These whole entire neighborhoods, man, that just burned to the ground. I most definitely, man, gotta go up there tomorrow and see this stuff, man. Most definitely, because this is once in a lifetime thing, man. This fire's gonna come this far down, man, the hill. You know what I'm saying? These people was unprepared for this big fire like this because they didn't think that their houses would be even be threatened by a fire of this magnitude. You know what I'm saying? Normally stays up in the hills, they put it out, and everybody keep going about their day. But when it like this widespread, this where a bomb was dropped on these places. Catastrophic, man. Catastrophic, man. I can't believe this is even California. Like all these houses is going up like that, man. New cars, big nice houses, $1 million homes, man. You can tell they're in a nice area because of the street lights. You know what I'm saying? You can tell because of these street lights right here, man. They don't have these type of street lights in the hood. They got the regular one to go all the way up and then curve over with the left. Like they don't have these type of street lights. So this is a nice area. Look how wide the streets are, man. This is a nice area. Wind blowing. American flag. Come on, man. Look how hard that was. It's crazy. Ain't no way in hell they could have put out that fire like that fast, man. Look at the street sign right here, man. That thing is about to fly up off of there. You know them winds blowing like 100 miles an hour, it seemed like it. Firestorm, boy. One fire truck, it ain't gonna work. I don't see him be in the depths of hell getting content, bro. Sunset Boulevard. It's crazy to see Sunset Boulevard looking like that, man. Not the bank. All that bread being burnt in the bank. All that bread. Wow, that's crazy, man. Whew. See what's going on over here at the live news. See if they put out some of those fires, man, that they were dealing with.
45-mile-per-hour winds. It's cool during the day and cold at night.
Let's see here.
Palisades, of course, the Palisades fire has burned over 15,800 acres, over 1,000 structures.
Man, ridiculous. Let's see what's going on over here. The weather report.
The north-northeast, which means blowing towards the coast, essentially blowing to the south-southwest. But the numbers looking lower tonight. There will be some gusty spots for sure across the mountains in purple right here. But much of the area seeing the winds come down through the middle of the night tonight, which should be great in terms of, well, just, you know, fanning the fires for, first of all. There'll be less of that going on, but also in terms of the efforts from the crews that are trying to knock down these fires and contain them.
Palisades, of course, the Palisades fire has burned over 15,800 acres, over 1,000 structures.
What's going on with this, man? Is the service getting messed up because of the fires? What's up? Let's see.
into Friday morning. Then we go into Friday afternoon, and this is essentially here by the end of the day Friday, the end to our multi-day Santa Ana wind event. And by the weekend, it's not like it's a strong onshore wind coming back. But there's going to be like variable winds, lighter winds. There will be some recovery of the humidity, especially closer to the coast. So now let's transition to looking at humidity. We're starting tonight. We know it's very dry in many areas. We're starting to see that change a little bit in a few parts of LA. Going into tomorrow afternoon now, again, notice Long Beach, 65% humidity. That's pretty good. Torrance showing about 29%.
Holland Drive looking south with the fire and wind blowing away from Air 7, and right along the right side as we come around this ridge line, you're going to see
this is live right here. I'm going to do too much pausing, so let's watch this, man.
Actually helping these folks. It's reaching the top of the ridge line right there, and then it would have to go downhill, which is not convenient for the fire, right? Everything's blowing in the other direction, and fire likes to go uphill. So the folks along Curson Avenue have the luxury of being below the fire instead of above the fire. So Curson Avenue on the right there is down the hill from that flare up right there. So we're going to continue to watch this section right here as more flare-ups develop, more spot fires develop, and we'll keep a closer eye now. Look at it, there's another flare-up right there and a spot fire in somebody's almost feet away from somebody's backyard. Go ahead and widen out a little bit. You can see a home right there. Let's go ahead and throw up go ahead and throw me the parcel. Show me the parcel, Lucas. We want to get some addresses out there. It's going to be right behind Curson Avenue here along the 2000 block of Curson. You can see the home, 1984 Curson Avenue, with fire just feet away from the rear of that home.
It's crazy how they could just pull up all the addresses like that. Wish I could do that. It's a new fire. Damn, look at all that. Look at all that devastation, man. That's a lot. That's a big area, man. Compared to this little baby little thing right here, the little fire right here. All this, that ain't even a whole shot. Damn. Say 1984 Kirsten.
Yeah, we're going to continue to kind of wrap ourselves around this, watching it spot not only to the south now, but also spotting a little bit over towards the west. So we're going to keep an eye on Curson Avenue, but I think the focus here still remains on Hillside Avenue, Vista Street, and Franklin Avenue right there. That neighborhood on the right is now under threat by that fire on the left because the wind is blowing directly towards Franklin Avenue, right along Vista Street. Thankfully, up until now, we have not seen any structures on fire, and even if it is imminent, at least they have the luxury of getting more water on it sooner rather than later, and hopefully do something to impede the forward progress of this fire. But it is continuing to grow, continuing to spread, and continuing to spot ahead of itself based on these winds. And there's another water drop right there. LA City Fire, again, smothering this area with as many resources as possible. This is now the priority at the moment. Of course, they can multitask and they can address multiple emergencies at the same time, but it is a good time to pray for our city.
Good time to pray right now, man. It's a lot of fire, man. What a way to start the new year, huh? A lot of fire, man. It's a lot of houses. It's a lot of little houses over there, man. A lot of nice, big houses. Man. Devastation. Devastating. You would think it looked like a volcano or something erupted over there. See, they put out the Runyon Canyon fire, sort of, you know. That one started all of a sudden. It's a lot of fire, man. The perspective, see, if y'all not from where I'm from, Southern California, and to be looking at this, it's heartbreaking, man. It's terrible.
Well, go ahead. We can actually show you Hollywood Boulevard. We're keeping an eye on the traffic, and in the
Really
time that we've been here, we've watched
Look
things
how
come
close
to
it
a
is to
practical
Hollywood
standstill,
Boulevard.
partially due to the
Hollywood
fact that LA
Boulevard.
City
See
Fire
all those
has so
addresses?
many trucks now.
All those addresses that's popping up on the screen, that's a lot of houses, man. And it ain't too far from Hollywood Boulevard. Walk of Fame, all of that stuff, man. Crazy. Make me want to drive out there right now, but I know traffic is a nightmare on the freeway right now, so ain't no need of me driving way out there right now. I'll go tomorrow morning or something when there ain't too much traffic and film the Devastation. You know what I'm saying? I'm really thinking about going out there, man, and taking a couple of cases of water, man, trying to find one of those spots where those people who lost everything, you know what I'm saying, and give my contribution, because I know it's not a lot of good drinking water and all that stuff, so, you know, I do like to do those type of things. So, man, I might go out there tomorrow and give some of these people, man, these less fortunate people who had everything, these big houses, to be reduced to nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I think I might go on out there and do that. I'm going to take some of this super chat money, man, that Crane X Dragon, $1.99, but that'll go. You know what I'm saying? These cases of water ain't nothing but $4, $5. Put about $20, $30 up and get a gang of waters and take them out there, man. And you know, because if I was in this situation, I would want somebody like me to come give me some water. You know, yeah. But I'm thinking about doing that. So. A lot of houses right there. Hollywood Boulevard is only 2 blocks. Crazy. I don't know, man. They too much talking on this one right here. Need the perspective, man. That's a lot of burnt area. A lot of area, man, that was burnt.
Unfortunately, we do have to go now to a house fire that is happening in Studio City, and this is on Ventura and Whitsett, and this is, you know,
we're seeing now when they put that fire out.
Here we go again. Now on the other side of the hill, we have a fire.
Palisades, of course, the Palisades fire has burned over 15,800 acres. Over 1,000
colleagues live within the communities that we get across for the Sunset Fire. An emergency shelter is at the Pan Pacific Recreation Center on the 7600 block of Beverly Boulevard. So if you don't have a place to go, we're telling everyone to head south, but you can go there for emergency shelter. Sending it back to you.
All right, and for those that might be unaware, Pan Pacific Park is right next to the Grove. It is that park that's right there at the Grove past Fairfax, so you can go inside. It's not going to be at the front, it's going to be inside where that recreation is, so just so that you be aware that that's where they're accepting people.
All right, we're
evacuated, and LA City Fire is pouring everything at this fire, but as much as they are trying to get into place, right now we have seen a total of 1 water drop, maybe 2 or 3 that we didn't catch, but very limited firefighting going on yet. They are just now getting into position, just now getting a handle on this.
The Arcadia Community Center, the Pomona Fairplex, and the Westwood Recreation Center.
The Palisades fire is the largest of the fires, still burning strong here tonight, forcing thousands of folks to evacuate. The Palisades fire has destroyed about 1,000 structures, and at last check, the fire has burned nearly 16,000 acres. We began our live team coverage here tonight with Julia Dang live over the Palisades fire and News Chapter 4. Julia.
Michael, this is where the nightmare started yesterday. It feels like it has been weeks since we first started our extended live coverage. This is still burning out of control. More than 16,000 acres now. And images like this one, where fires are burning so close to homes and we don't see helicopters, we don't see firefighters on scene. We have seen this now playing out in so many communities, but I'm going to zoom out and show you just the scope of destruction, of devastation here. 16,000 acres just beyond here. Look to the right. Look at these flames. This is going to be in the Mandeville Canyon area. This is west of the 405. Flames, smoke, all of this is blowing toward the ocean still. It's blowing to the west, but this fire is still expanding to the east. And you can see now, especially in the dark, because we have this contrast now between these bright flames, these embers, and the dark night sky, this dry brush, you can see where it is just reaching out. It's fanning out like fingertips, and it is marching to the east. It's marching to the south as well, and that's why evacuations in the city of Santa Monica had been such a concern. We have repeated this with...
That's big as hell.
See if we can come around in News Chopper 4 and just show you more of this area. It's a very different kind of picture at night because you can see where the lights are still on. You can also see where the dry brush is, where the vegetation is that can easily burn, because those are the dark spots. And then, of course, you can see the flames. You can see the smoke. But let me turn the camera now. We're looking west. Now we are looking south. West, that's the skid of News Chopper 4, and beyond here is Santa Monica. Conditions have changed throughout the day. We showed you earlier this afternoon, late morning during our midday show, when the region was just blanketed with so much smoke we could barely make out buildings. We showed you the Santa Monica.
I'm over here in this area, somewhere over in here. Flames is way back over there somewhere, so I'm kind of far away. You know what I'm saying? So, but man, pray for the people who lost stuff, man.
South. We've been talking about this throughout the day. This smoke is toxic. Even if your home is not threatened by fire, this smoke continues to be a hazard. And this fire directly to the north, this fire still burning out of control in the Palisades. It is generating more and more of this smoke, and it is getting closer and closer to homes. So we are not seeing any water drops going on right now. But we do know there are a number of LAFD, city fire helicopters overhead with us. At last count, there were 3 of them. So right now, we're not seeing them doing what they did over that Hollywood Hills fire this evening. We don't see them shining spotlights, trying to strategize where to attack this fire. Perhaps it's because...
What up, Keep It Real? What's going on with you? You say our light in my town have been turned on so we can see everything on the news that's happening. Okay.
Where they're heading, what they're doing, and of course listening to these fire scanners. But homes still threatened here. And the reports we're hearing from the ground, the images we're seeing, just devastating.
Yeah, you see that big pocket of fire that's burning in Mandeville Canyon right now. Julia Dang, thanks so much for that report. We're also following that fire that they managed to knock down in Studio City. This one not far from Ventura Boulevard, between Coldwater and Laurel Canyon. Several homes burned there. Firefighters have a pretty good handle on this one. Robert Kovacic is live with more on that for us. Robert.
Hey, Colleen, they do have a handle on this. We have made it up to where the fire took place here, which is basically at the top of the hills here in Studio City. And as they continue to dump water on this, we are going to speak right now to Assistant Chief Louis Aldana. Chief, the question, first of all, as we look at this fire, we have 2 homes that have been completely destroyed. What happened when you came upon this fire?
So about 9:45 this evening, Los Angeles Fire Department resources were dispatched to the 4100 block of Veneta Place. First companies on scene reported the 4-story structure that you see here fully involved, and as a result of that, it began exposing one of the neighboring buildings. It was also ember casting up the hill. We're in a draw here, and there's a canyon back there. So our concern not only was for the structures here, but that we wanted to keep the fire out of the canyon itself.
And so far, we've been successful. However, we lost 1 home and then the home that was next to it, correct?
Yeah, as of right now, the initial fire building is a total loss. The neighboring structure is heavily compromised right now, but we did keep it out of the canyon as well.
So far, we kept out of the canyon, thankfully, because the wind has died down. But was the wind a cause here? We are wondering, we were at the Sunset Fire, that was the fire that was burning in Runyon Canyon. That's less than 2 miles, I would guess, certainly by the crow flies. Is that what happened? Did an ember fly and hit this house, and that's what caused this thing to erupt?
You know, so I don't have any information that I could provide on that. I don't know what the cause is, and it's going to have to be under investigation. So we're going to probably bring out our arson investigators out here and see if we can do a cause determination.
Okay, Louis, is it a possibility that an ember could have made it over here?
I suppose it's a possibility, but like I said, I really couldn't confirm one way or the other. I don't want to give you bad information.
I want to talk to you about your team at the LAFD. This is a fire that, once again, that you're upon. Let's talk about your last 24 hours. Your team was in the Palisades. Then you were at the Hearst fire in Sylmar. And now you are here. We talked about how you managed 2 hours today to take a 2-hour nap. How is everybody holding up?
Everybody's tired, but the members of the LAFD and our other fire service partners, everybody's they're working overtime, and they're really coming through for us, helping us out.
Hey, Louis, have you sat down and talked to your guys and said, the men and women of the LAFD, and said, have you ever seen anything like this? Have they ever seen anything like this? Because we out in the field, and our viewers at home keep saying the same thing. We may be looking at what was the most destructive day in the history of our city, and you all were firsthand witnesses.
So as you know, brush season is something that happens, it's an annual event in the city of Los Angeles. But this particular wind event that we had was of epic proportions. And as you can see the results, unfortunately, in the Southland, the damage has been tremendous.
We talked about how we've had people that have lost their homes and people that have lost structures. How is the LAFD? Have you talked to your colleagues, and have they lost homes as well in this fire?
So I do know that we have had a few members of the LAFD who have extended family, who have families that have lost structures in this event.
Okay. Louis, how you holding it?
We're tired, but we're doing it.
Our Assistant Chief, tired but doing it. And you want to know something, Sumo? Just swing around if you see right here. These are the men and women of the LAFD. You just heard that. They've been now to 3 fires in the last 24 hours, 2 hours sleep, and they are going to continue to do it as they were up here. And Louis, this was not an easy fire up here in the hills of Studio City on Sunset.
No, hillside fires are always very challenging. This one was certainly no exception.
Okay, before I let you go, are there any evacuation orders in place, evacuation warnings in this neighborhood?
I think we had issued some evacuation warnings as a result of this incident, but now that this incident has been mitigated, the only obstacles we have right now is getting our heavy apparatus out of the way. We're going to try to get the streets open to the residents in short order.
Okay. So people sleep well tonight here in this hillside, knowing that this fire is pretty much now, again, just in a mop-up mode, and we're putting it out. And of course, you'll be here looking, as they are at the Sunset Fire, for those hotspots.
We have their back. We're going to have resources out here until the fire is completely rendered safe, and you can rest assured of that.
Rest assured that you're going to have another busy day tomorrow as well.
Very likely.
Assistant Chief Louis Aldana, we appreciate it so much. It's always good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good to see you. Again, so as you look right here, and as the Chief told you here, this is the first home right here, Chief. This is the one that they knocked down, right? This is the first one, and then the second one is spread to 2 homes lost, the hillside above it, that's brush threatened. You don't want to see that get on fire. You don't want to see that burn, because then you've got to look at what's happening on the west side. We've had people calling, wondering about Harvard, Westlake, and other schools impacted. So far, this fire is out. They were successful. You see them throwing water on it. They will continue to do that. And once again, we are watching our heroes hard at work, as they have been. And tonight, again, as we've seen with the Sunset Fire just 2 miles away, this one is going to end on a positive note, in the sense that they managed to quickly take care of it, even though in this fire in Studio City, we've got 2 houses lost. Let's go back to you.
They lost
Assistant
2
Chief
houses.
said they're tired, but they're doing it.
Yes.
Tired, but doing it. All right, we want to switch gears. Send things over to NBC4's Tracy Leong. She's live on the ground in Altadena for us. Tracy.
Yeah, Michael, I'm in the North Arroyo neighborhood, and as we were driving through these streets, you can probably notice completely dark except from the glow of little fires here and there, and from the emergency personnel, their lights, as well as law enforcement, their lights. That's what's lighting up the streets out here. But we've seen a lot of power lines, de-energized power lines that are laying in the middle of the road or laying low as we drive through. So we've had to be very careful, Sean Browning, my photographer, and I, especially in our live truck, just making sure we're not hitting any of those or hitting any of those branches. Now, the fires are mostly out, at least through this area, but as we drove through, Michael and Colleen, we just saw homes looking just like this. This is a garage completely collapsed, the home just a shell of what it once was. You can still see the fire and smoke smoldering inside, and these cars, so many cars just left behind. People who evacuated, they only could take one car. They only could grab what they could to get out. And so we're seeing a lot of these cars still smoking, just completely destroyed, burned in that fire that swept through last night. We are driving through, and maybe one home is saved. It's a miracle on some of these blocks, but for the most part, hundreds just devastated, just completely leveled. I spoke to a woman earlier tonight. Fortunately, her home did not burn down, and she said she's going to stay over tonight to make sure it stays that way.
When I got here, I find out that it's still standing. I was so emotional. I'm sorry.
Ruth Harrow, shocked and relieved her Altadena home on West Palm Street is still standing.
I was like, what? They told me it's gone. You know, I'm just so sad for my neighbors, because we always are good neighbors, you know. And when I started walking from there, I said, wow, all the corners, this and this and this and this. And this is the only one standing. What I can say, I don't have words.
Friends told Harrow her place was wiped out.
It's going to be hard for that lady to live right there now. Like when they move back in and you don't have no houses around you. And just to know that your neighbors' houses are burnt down, it's gonna be real hard for that lady to want to even live there. You know what I'm saying? Just to know that your neighbors' houses are burnt down to the ground, and you the only house on the block. Man, that got to be some type of psychological thing right there. Because to go back home and there's nobody around you. And for months and days, you got to look at the devastation, because it's going to take a long time to clean this stuff up, man. It's going to be flatlands everywhere. It's going to take a long time to clean up all this stuff. And if your house survived in a neighborhood of 200 people and it's only 2-3 houses standing, that's going to be a hard challenge, man, for real.
A lot of these emergency personnel in from out of state to help out and monitor this massive fire, which, as we know, has exploded in size. Still zero containment. So this is very important. This is a very positive sight for a lot of people who live out here tonight. Reporting live in Altadena, back to you in the studio.
And we heard from the fire chief in Pasadena today, Tracy. The firefighter said The chief said the firefighters are exhausted. They attacked 15 house fires out there. He said they didn't save a single one, but they saved entire neighborhoods. So we are seeing some hot spots out there. We are still seeing a lot of personnel on scene out there. In fact, just a few blocks away, we have another reporter, our Dave Summers from our affiliate, our sister station in San Diego tonight. He joins us live from Harriet Street with more on what's going on there. Dave.
Right, we are on Harriet Street, right close to Olive Avenue, and with another example of the Eaton's destructive capabilities here. What we are seeing are firefighters throwing water on this home that was once really just embers and a spot fire that became fully involved just within the last half hour. Now they're throwing water on this house, not so much to save this home because it has to be surrendered, but to protect this house on the other side, which has not been burned at all, and we have firefighters on both sides just keeping this fire contained to this area, and it is just a way to protect what they can, save what they can, and surrender what they cannot. We spoke with a number of Altadena residents today, some here in the neighborhood helping out their neighbors and even old neighbors, and some here just telling us how they're coping with the loss.
It's hard to say right now. It's very emotional. Like we've been here in Pasadena for 22 years, and then we never seen nothing like this.
We have to play our part too. So I'm just here to do what I can selflessly for whoever needs it. So my neighbors did that for me on that street, and I'm doing that for my neighbors tonight. So I'm just going to sit on the street and make sure that there's no problem with their places or this place that's still standing. We're glad to see that still standing.
So the temperature cool and the wind is slight, and that's helping with what was a rapid spread of fire. So tonight what firefighters are doing is they're going just through the neighborhoods looking for spot fires and just keeping them under control so that as I mentioned earlier, those houses that can be saved will be saved, and the ones that can't will just simply be surrendered. They're very happy about that, not having that that ember spread that they were dealing with last night in those high winds. We have noticed that they're able to get to a lot of neighborhoods and just keep your eye on it, and really that's what's important tonight as we've gotten a break in the weather. Reporting live, I'm Dave Summers, NBC4.
All right, Dave, thank you for that. On your screen, as we stay in Altadena here, is a side-by-side view of those flames. Yesterday on the left, and video from today on the right. You can see here just how much smoke is being produced by this fire. Air quality continues to be a concern here over the next few days. Meteorologist David Baker here with a look at the conditions. David.
Yeah, we are expecting the air quality to be pretty poor here for the next couple of days, Michael, all because of the smoke that's still coming off of the fire. And a reminder, we're still going to have some offshore wind.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. We just surfing, man. We out here with the wildfires, man. I'm in Southern California, man, and it's just crazy to see this type of activity, man, for me. We have wildfires, we have fires, but it's not, the fires don't come into the city like that's happening right now, man. They don't get the fires don't get to Hollywood unless Hollywood is producing the fires. You know what I'm saying? The fires don't get, they don't come down like that. They don't.
You've got all the various cleaning materials underneath your kitchen sink. That has all been ignited in some cases with some of these homes that have burned, and that has been turned now into gas that is up in the atmosphere as well. So that is part of the reason why the air quality is so.
So my name is Neil Leroux.
And kind of what you're seeing from your end.
Yeah, well,
stirring the allegations of the water pressure, the lack of water by firefighters last night at this time in their intense firefight with those winds blowing like crazy through the Palisades. Listen to some of what they say happened.
We're still
not the money. Look at the ATM machine, man. Damn.
We'll continue working very closely with Metropolitan Water Department to try to make connections into their system and bring water pressure up so that we can fill the tanks. But in order for me to fill the tanks, I had to ask the fire department to stop fighting the fire. And that's a very tough operational decision to make.
This is a time for vigilance and action, not speculation. This is a time for Angelenos to come together, united, to protect themselves and their families, and also each other.
Trying to hear what the mayor got to say.
Now live, part of the continuing firefight here in the Palisades. She was talking about the 3 huge water tanks they have here in the Palisades up in the mountain, and they use that to come down through gravity to fight the fires, to fight all the hydrants, and that was the big part of the fire. We got one of the firemen going over there, checking on the fire we were showing you about on the far side, making sure there's no embers. But the wind here, interesting, there's really not even much of a breeze right here in this part of Sunset. You're down last hour on PCH just north of Topanga. There was a very strong breeze blowing down there, very stiff wind actually. Here, not much at all. There's some more fire units coming, and basically they're just going block to block, as you can see, using their flashlights, using their big searchlights, checking on these spot fires, and if they look dangerous, they're hitting them fast. They don't want any flare-ups here, but most of the damage, unfortunately, certainly when you go up that way into the village itself, you saw the video, most of the damage already done. But now we're live here in the Palisades. Let's go back to the west side.
Do we know, Ed, last night you were near Rick Caruso's property, the Villages itself. We saw a lot of the stuff around it burning. Do we know if the Villages itself survived?
I'm sorry, I lost you for a second. What did you say? I'm sorry.
The Caruso property that you were next to last night, the Villages, did that itself survive?
Yes, it did. Amazingly, we went driving back there because we were in the middle of that firefight last night, remember? And the gas stations on both sides, the 76 station, the Gelsons, that's all gone. But the Caruso property, the village, that looks fine. The lights were on it. The a couple of engines were around it. It survived. No damage that we could see, but everything around it incredible. Like, well, as we've been saying, looked like a bomb hit it right there in the village itself.
All right, Ed, we thank you so much. We're going to stick with our coverage in the Palisades. Let's go to Chelsea Edwards. She is there, and you earlier had showed us an entire church that had burned to the ground. Now where are we?
We're in the same place, but it's an entirely different view because everything that was in the forefront of our picture in those earlier hours is gone. I mean, we've watched it fall piece by piece. Take a look at what's left. So you can see what's left of this church. This is the Community United Methodist Church of the Pacific Palisades. Utter destruction when you look at what is left here. So when we got here, there was a structure kind of in the front of this that was sort of blocking our view of this, but now you can very clearly see what's left. You can see these archways, the main part of this building, and just nothing but rubble. I mean, you have to think of the heat that would have caused this kind of destruction. It's really incredible, just remarkable. I mean, you've got these metal beams here that are just twisted and mangled. So much just destruction. I don't even know how to describe this. It just looks like a war zone or a movie set. These giant beams that have come down. We watched these collapse one by one. This looks like it was at one point a beautiful courtyard. That obviously the main part of the church itself. Over here we have some very large walls. We heard one of these coming down. It was a loud sound, huge crashing sound. It came out of nowhere. So obviously just smoldering for a long time and finally just couldn't stand the heat anymore. And we had an entire wall just collapse. It sounded like a big explosion, but not an explosion like the canisters that we've been hearing, more of like a concrete wall just collapsing in on itself. This metal gate that's gone. The only things that are going to be left standing, I think, are these, these stone structures, which have been untouched. I mean, obviously have burned, but are still holding steady. And you can see the damage also to these trees. I mean, look how high these flames got. Look all the way up here. I mean, that must have been incredible when that was burning. Just a wild scene to see. It's incredible. I was just looking on this church's Facebook page and on their website as well. They had just had the whole lineup of church services. It's Christmas services as well. You can see on their sign it says, "Join us for a joyful joyful Christmas season, which it sounds like they had, really shows you the stark difference between just a few days ago and what we're seeing now in terms of this incredible destruction. Let's walk a little bit further and show you some more of this. So again, we can see this. I mean, look at this huge beam that's down. I see what looks like a cross that's been burning right down here. There's a sign here that says the church office, that way, the sanctuary, and the preschool. And just look what we can see here. I mean, it's hard to even tell what any of this was. This was just such a powerful fire. I mean, it's just truly stunning. Now, this is right across the street from Palisades Charter Elementary, which we've been talking about pretty extensively. You know, obviously one of the schools that has been heavily damaged by fire. We can see it. My colleague Elliot Mendoza and I have kind of taken a walk now, and we can see the damage. When we first got here, there was absolutely no light whatsoever. The only light that we could see was coming off of this building that was burning, this church that was burning. So really couldn't tell what was going on. And when we're looking at the building across the way, the facade looked fine. It didn't look like there was any damage at all. But now when we walk around the back, we can see some of the devastation at that school. And, you know, that's part of the reason that LAUSD is now going to be closed for all students on all campuses tomorrow. And the destruction, just incredible. We're going to show you that in just a little bit. We'll walk across the street. But again, when you look at this, I mean, it just speaks to how incredible this damage is. As Ed was saying, you know, you drive along Sunset Boulevard and you see home after home after home in situations like this. And again, there's no connectivity here. There is no cell service. There is no power, no electricity. So, you know, the only way that you're able to see us right now is because we have Starlink for the first time. That's why we're able to go live in what would otherwise be a dead zone.
They're using Starlink, huh? Elon Musk program, huh? Okay. Shout out Elon Musk.
And, you know, it's really incredible to look at this. I mean, look at what's left. Just nothing but the shell of all of this. It's just remarkable, Alex and Marla.
And we did learn from your report tonight and earlier from the LAUSD Superintendent, Alberto Cavallo, that Palisades Elementary did burn to the ground. Just to add to what you said, yes, we also learned, unfortunately, that Marquez Elementary, the other elementary school in the Pacific Palisades, also burned to the ground. You know, if you want to find a silver lining in this, Palisades Charter High, that was 70% saved, so good news there. And Chelsea, we were just getting this word from CAL FIRE, by the way, so that you have the current numbers. They have updated the numbers. The Palisades fire has now burned more than 17,000 acres. The number is on your screen. It's 17,234 acres. CAL FIRE updating the numbers tonight.
Oh, I mean, not surprising when you look at this devastation. And I'm sure the structures, you know, when we look at the number of the structures, I think it's 1,000 plus as of now, or that was at the latest count. I mean, it's going to be just so many. I mean, everywhere you drive, there's just neighborhoods that are completely flattened, home after home after home. The scope of this is just, it's hard to comprehend.
Yeah, I mean, for you today, driving in, because you obviously were with us late into the night, but you get a different sense of it during the daylight. When you got a sense of it today, driving around with the sun out, how did you process that?
Well, you know, by the time we got here, so we started our day. Elliot and I started our day at the evacuation center in the Westwood area, the one on Sepulveda. So by the time we got here, it was actually pitch black.
Oh,
so
okay.
our perspective is a little bit different in that we drove in the pitch black. So and all the lights are out. There's no traffic lights. There's absolutely no lights anywhere. All you can see is the glow from the fires that are burning all around these neighborhoods.
Yeah, that's right. And a reminder that evacuation center is the Westwood Rec Center, which yesterday didn't have a whole lot of people. Tonight was packed with people. And I know you said several of them were watching Fox 11 earlier. If they're still watching us tonight, we wish you well. And we're pulling for all of you, and we hope we all can come together to help all those folks. Chelsea Edwards, thank you so much for your reporting tonight. I've seen a lot of speculation online from folks that are talking about potential arson, concerns that there may be people going around setting fires. We don't have any official confirmation of that. I know people have different videos that they've posted as well that are concerned about things like that. We don't know in terms of the big major fires what started them. There are investigations into that, but you know, be vigilant. If you see anybody doing anything suspicious, you know, call it in and try to get fire crews out to those fires really quickly to make sure that we don't have more scenes like that.
Let's talk more about what is burned in the Palisades fire. Iconic places like this, Moon Shadows. I know a lot of you are familiar with the iconic oceanfront restaurant. It's been open since 1966. It has been destroyed in the Palisades fire. Of course, it's known for this. Its dining room perched over the water. The restaurant had been a favorite for decades. While representatives could not be reached, videos are going viral to heartfelt tributes from fans mourning the loss.
Along this stretch, just south of Dukes, are gone. Firefighters continue to work here on PCH. Iconic restaurant Moon Shadow is gone. The Rosenthal Winery burned down. Topanga Motel has been burned down.
That right there was Jeremy Lee Quinn, who posted this video. Employees and patrons are sharing memories of the iconic spot, calling it a second home and a place for celebrations. One person said they visited weekly for years, while another recently rang in the new year there. Many are struggling to believe the loss of this cherished gathering place. Moon Shadows was more than a restaurant. It was part of Malibu's identity.
Important news here. That fire danger means LA Unified closing all campuses tomorrow. Officials say flames destroyed parts of Palisades Charter. We talked about this, Marquez Charter Elementary. Important, though, that there is going to be grab-and-go lunch options. We know that 80% of the students in the LA Unified School District live in poverty. Many of them are dependent upon school lunches and, in some cases, school dinners to eat. So there are going to be grab-and-go setups tomorrow, similar to what we had during the pandemic. But the idea is to keep people off of campuses. You can get more information on all of this on the LAUSD website. Some other school closures to tell you about. All Glendale Unified School District schools, childcare operations, and district offices will be closed for the rest of the week due to the Eaton fire. Pasadena Unified closed for the rest of the week as well because of the Eaton fire.
And lastly, Beverly Hills Unified also closed tomorrow, Thursday. They said that they will reassess come Friday, but tomorrow they are closing Beverly Hills Unified because of all of those impacted teachers and staff that won't be able to get to the actual classroom.
We know UCLA also closing down most of its campus tomorrow. Undergraduate classes canceled for the rest of the week. Graduate classes moving to virtual learning. So the bottom line message we hear from a lot of these officials, and a big reason why they're doing all this, is they really want to try to keep people off the roads if possible. So if you can stay home, if you can work from home, please do so, because we have traffic problems, we have road closures, and we need to keep those roads open for emergency crews to be able to get in and out.
Let's go to the Eaton fire. This is in Altadena near Pasadena. Laura Diaz, she is there with a new live report. Forgive me, Christy Fajardo. She is there with this live report. Christy?
Marla, where we're standing is proof that a different vantage point paints a much different picture. When you last came out to me, we were on Lake and we were looking at Elliott Magnet Art School, and we could see the glow of flames, but from Lake Avenue, you could not see the extent of the damage. We turned onto Calaveras, and this is what we saw. This part of the school has been completely gutted. This is a two-story building, but right now there is no roof and there's no floor separating the two stories. In fact, you can see right through the school, right through it. The windows are all blown out. And it is very heartbreaking to see this. And I looked this up. The school was actually built in 1931. It is a middle school, and they build themselves as an innovative school that teaches theater and art and draws children that love those things and make school fun and makes them want to come to school. And right here we can see that the garden that the students had been growing has burned. But if we walk this way and pan to the right, the iconic tower is still standing. And according to the Altadena Historical Society, when this school was built, the students had the option of either getting a swimming pool or a tower, and they voted for this tower. Right now, the tower is still standing, but I'm seeing embers blowing through the two windows there, so not clear the extent of the damage to the tower, but for the moment, it is standing. And as we were driving around the school, we could see that firefighters are staging in the back, and they are trying to defend what is left of the school. And what is so heartbreaking about this is also driving around this neighborhood, we know that many of these students not only lost their school, or at least part of their school, but also their homes. This neighborhood has been completely devastated and leveled. There is block after block where there are no longer any homes standing. And these middle schoolers also, if you think back, did not get a normal or average elementary school experience. They experienced the COVID shutdowns, and now their middle school experience won't be normal either. So it's just heartbreak on top of heartbreak for these students. And earlier today, about a couple of hours ago actually, there was a firefighter who sent out a picture on social media, and it showed a firefighter actually breaking into the auditorium of the school, and there were comments from people saying that they work here and that they are absolutely heartbroken to see what has happened to Elliott Arts Magnet School. That's the latest from Altadena. Let's send it back to you.
Oh, so heartbreaking, and you think of probably all the students that have been there for so many years watching their school burn. Thank you, Christy, for that. This next guest is hopefully going to give you a little bit of hope about the best of humanity, because I love what he's doing. I just gave him a shout out, and he was watching, and so I said, why don't you call in? And his name is Andrew Gruel. He's a chef. You see him often on Fox News Channel, and he's been on our show, The Issue Is, several times. He's based in Orange County, and he has been basically using his restaurant as a way to feed people and also collect donations for people as well. He joins us live on the phone. Chef, thanks so much for what you do. Can you talk to us a little bit about what you've been up to for the last 24 hours?
Certainly. Thank you so much for having me on, and also thank you all for the amazing coverage. You know, initially last night when we saw the fires pop up, I just posted a note out there about coming to the restaurant if you needed a place to just eat, if you needed a place to be, as well as we would help and provide hot meals. And then behind the scenes, we're also offering up our house to people in the X DMs, if you will. But that grew to something bigger. We started having customers come into the restaurant asking, how can I help? What can I do? And we have been coordinating and communicating with a couple groups up in L.A. that were giving us specific lists of what they do.
What's up, Juan Vera? Juan Vera says, if this was planned, why? And who would benefit? Keck said the government. I mean, hey, Keck says the government, man. I mean, if it's planned, maybe it's something that is up in those hills, some type of natural resource, something like how it was with them floods out there when they was talking about them areas over there had something for batteries or something like that. I don't know, man. My thoughts is, you know, Hollywood is going through being exposed. You know, there's a lot of evil things going on in them areas, like, you know what I'm saying, Hollywood. I don't know. But whatever it is, I say, man, the people who have nothing to do with anything and lost their homes and you know, and people then passed away, you know what I'm saying, I pray for all of them people. So I don't know, man. I have no idea. This is something huge, man. I'm in California, you know what I'm saying? I can drive up the freeway, man, and about 30 miles, about 20, 30 miles and be able to see all this stuff, but I'm not finna do that. And I'm gonna just stream it right here. But I don't know, man. Could be a conspiracy. We never know, man. Distraction for something bigger that's coming, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Your guess is just as good as mine, brother.
they needed. So we had put some bins out front of the restaurant while we were cooking and setting up all these meals to bring up, and people just started showing up with truckloads, pallets. We actually had pallets sent in of water and products and formula, baby food, shoes, socks, jackets, blankets, every single thing you can imagine that they would need. And then guests started showing up and saying, we had one guy come up in his full Tesla truck. He would load his truck up and follow us up there. I mean, we took a caravan up there, multiple truckloads. We were up there for about 2.5, 3 hours, dropping off hot food. And by the time we got back, we already had 2 more truckloads that had been dropped off at the restaurant for us to start delivering back to various outlets in Los Angeles.
And we've talked about the Dream Center several times tonight. Earlier tonight, we actually interviewed Pastor Matthew Barnett on the air, and it looked like you stopped by the Dream Center.
Yes, the Dream Center right now is the primary outlet through which we're working and they're helping to distribute some of these products. We also dropped with the World Central Kitchen, all the hot meals, et cetera, and tomorrow we'll be doing the same. But what Matthew's doing over at the Dream Center, they're all volunteers. Everybody is so incredibly positive. It's funny, they got music playing outside, positive music, and there's just pallets of stuff being dropped. They're organizing, coordinating. And this was also in coordination, I should mention. It was Glenn Beck's nonprofit who had connected us together, and we knew Matthew as well. So this was just a great coming together of people. And, you know, like I said, right now I've probably got 300 messages of people that want to help, donate, send goods. We're receiving Amazon notifications left and right. We had people dropping stuff off at the restaurant no less than 15 minutes ago. And when I say stuff, I'm not talking about a bag of goods. I mean, we're like our own Walmart.
Look, I'm going to say this for everybody, man, that's watching. Tomorrow, man, I don't know, by the end of this live, I'm going to really be content on going up there tomorrow, man, because, you know, if you guys want to throw this out there, donate or whatever it is, man, because I want to go out there since I'm off tomorrow, man, and just take some waters or something to these little sites where these people, these evacuation sites and stuff like that, man, and take some water up there to these people. That's the least that I could do. You know what I'm saying? Since I'm in an area where it's not really affected, you know, and put some smiles on some of these people's faces, man, because this is a devastating event, man, for real. And I don't mind, you know, going up there, man, and giving back to these people, man. Even though these people, a lot of these people, houses that burnt, and these areas, man, they got way more money than me. You know what I'm saying? But in a time of need, man, money is not everything. So the essentials, water, you know what I'm saying? I'm quite sure it's not any good drinking water up there. But any super chats that I get tonight, man, definitely will be used to give back to those people in those communities up there, man, who need it, man. All right, so just letting y'all know that. So
over there, it's unbelievable.
That's so cool.
So in other words, you've gotten hundreds and probably thousands of people saying yes, chef, to you, Andrew.
For the first time in my life, but I must say, my wife Lauren is the one who's doing all this with me. She's coordinating so much of this in the background, and we have our kids with us as well.
And then
so
we're watching them on the screen right now. Those are your kids. I don't know if you've got a monitor, but those are your kids working.
God bless them people, man.
Yeah, well, those are the kids working. Those are my kids, just so they don't think I kidnapped somebody for free child
labor. Yeah. It's okay if it's your kids, right?
But it's like, this is the first time that they actually have behaved really well, so we think we're going to keep this up for at least another week or two, just so that they're on their best behavior.
Well, thank you so much for all that you're doing. If you want to drop off donations, this is the Calico Fish House in Huntington Beach. What have you heard, though, you know, when people drop things off, what are you hearing from them? They just feel this need to step up and help?
Yeah, most people don't know how to help, right? So they're like, should I be sending my money to a random organization? And there's nothing wrong with that at all. But I think what they've been saying to us is, I know if I buy this particular good, you're going to get it.
Cleona Forever, what's going on with you? I see you in the chats. They say the enemy comes out in full force when they know they have lost and this is the moment of time to carry out their last resort. Good thing they aren't the creators of the universe. Amen to that. You know what I'm saying? Crazy.
It into the hands of somebody who needs it right away. So there's that efficiency element because we know how important this is right now. And I think they feel comfortable doing that, coming to the restaurant, as well as we have actually had a lot of people who have come to the restaurant in need of help who have evacuated, either taken buses out of Los Angeles. You know, these are not, you know, it's funny, there's these horrible toxic comments online where they're like, oh, everybody's rich. And even if that was the case, you know, people lose things. That's totally irrelevant. But we are having a lot of people who are struggling and on financial hard times who have come down are either going to stay with friends, and we've provided them with free meals, and it's just those types of things. So this is a whole mixed bag of people in all different areas of life, but the customers see that and they appreciate that. A lot of customers who have helped us, we said, hey, you have a free meal, right? Like, I'm not letting you pay. So it's kind of this merry-go-round of help.
So there are a lot of people watching this right now that are going to say, that sounds great. How can I help? What can I do tomorrow? Where do I go? What do I do? What's your answer?
What's going on?
Well, we're going to be taking multiple trips up again to L.A. We're going to be cooking fresh food. But I think for people to kind of help quickly, the most important thing is that they are still looking for diapers, wipes, baby formula, water, socks, shoes, kids' shoes. Those are shoes of all sizes, but especially kids' shoes, and hygiene products as well as feminine hygiene products. So any of those donations at the restaurant, we are going to be just taking truckloads up there along with the hot food in tranches. So they can come by 16600 Pacific Coast Highway. That's in the Sunset Beach area of Huntington Beach. Everybody can also, Lauren's a lot better online. They can message her on any of these outlets and help to coordinate. And then, once again, the Dream Center is really the central area in which a lot of this is getting distributed, at least on our end.
You're doing God's work, Chef Andrew Gruel. Thank you so much, and I'm glad that you were watching when Alex gave you the shout out, because it's really nice to be able to report some good news. I mean, we've been live hour after hour, commercial free, and we have just been reporting bad news, and more bad news. So thank you so much for, you know, doing what you do and lightening up the newscast.
And giving us some hope.
Thanks for
Appreciate
having me.
Important work. Andrew Gruel. Excellent job, and maybe we can get out there and get our cameras out there tomorrow. It would be cool to show that off a little bit as we move into the hopefully next phase of this, which is going to be the rebuilding phase.
Recovery phase, for sure. Okay, so Palisades fire, now onto the Eaton fire. That's where Laura Diaz is in Altadena. Laura?
Yes, we're on Home Park Avenue, and we're standing on a cul-de-sac. I wanted to show you this because basically this was a ring of fire. As you can see it, we talked a little bit earlier about how some homes were able to survive and others were absolutely decimated. If you look off to the side there, you can see that one structure is partially standing. Then over here, completely gutted with just the fireplace. We still have the spot fires coming off of the gas, but as we move in a counterclockwise fashion, you look behind me and look at that, just total decimation, including a car, just charred ruins. It looks as though a bomb absolutely fell on this cul-de-sac, and this is what was left behind. This is what's left of people's lives. Look at this, charred ruins. Looks like it was beams, some kind of metal, I don't know, of some sort of facade that was in the house. And I'm sure that people had just moments. As we look over my shoulder, you can see two cars. There's one off to the far left that's still intact, but people absolutely had to just take what they could and get out. And this is the story that we've been telling over the last couple of days of people in just extreme situations. We know that the fire was highly combustible. In fact, of the 5 deaths that we had here in Eaton, there were in 3 different households, and it was described as being an explosive fire. So those people just didn't have the chance to get out. You know, as someone who's covered the news for many years here in Southern California, and I'm well versed on the phenomenon of Santa Ana winds, which used to be just a couple of months out of the year, and now we find them just about 12 months out of the year. And what it has done to people is to put them in a position where you really never know when a fire might strike. And we know that we learn lessons each and every time about what we can do to try to protect our homes, try to protect our lives. But when it happens in an instant, people really don't have much time to respond. The best they can hope for is that they're able to get out of the house intact with their family and just grab whatever they can. That's the latest here from Eaton. I'm sending it back to you, Marla and Alex.
And it really is remarkable, Laura, if you think about it, how many people were able to get out of the house. I mean, obviously, horrible, the thought of 5 people that died in all this. But if you think about the size and scope of this fire and the ferociousness of it, and more than 1,000 structures burned, and we're really lucky to have 5. And that means that a lot of people got out and listened to those evacuation orders.
Absolutely, Alex. And also, we really can never compliment the people who work in the fire departments all over Southern California. You know, people come from all over the world, and they train with our people because they are that high echelon of somebody who knows all of the things that it takes, the science and the hard work and all of the training that goes into people here in Southern California, the men and women who work in the various fire departments. They are at the top of the training profession. So we're very fortunate that we have them to protect our homes and our lives. But you're so right that in that instant, when you have to make the decision, I'm going to leave and I'm going to leave right now. Now, I can tell you this, where we are standing here, this area is a little bit easier to get out of because as we were driving up, we found roadways that were quite expansive. When you're talking about the area there in Studio City or in the Hollywood Hills, it's really difficult to navigate those turns, and they are so narrow that sometimes the fire trucks can't get up that narrow roadway, and they have to pull. They have to pull those hoses all the way up. It is back-breaking work. So hats off to the men and women who've worked so hard to keep us safe here in Southern California. And my heart does go out to those people who will have to start all over again. But if you have your family, you have everything.
Well said, Laura. Really, really well said. And we know that the Eaton fire, that's where arrests were made for those 3 looters. We learned this early on today from LA County Sheriff Robert Luna.
It appears that fire crews are working to get a handle on some
live
flames there on the back end of those properties that are threatening this white home that is in the center of this
Palisades fire. Palisades fire, 17,230 acres, 0% containment. They still ain't got no type of containment on this fire, man. Look at that nice structure right there. I don't know if that's an apartment or a house, but damn. Crazy.
Highway here. This is the 18,800 block of Pacific Coast Highway. It has just been so unpredictable, as we know, how this fire burns. There are instances where there is an entire row of homes all gone, and then there are situations like this here where there is one home that is seemingly spared in the middle of a block. It is so unpredictable how that happens. We've heard the comparisons between Lahaina and Paradise up north, and no matter how you want to categorize it, what words you want to use, it is just devastating. And it is something that is unimaginable how the coastline here and these beachfront properties on Pacific Coast Highway, how this part of Malibu and Pacific Palisades has just forever been changed. As I've mentioned in some of my earlier reporting, it's not only just homes, but it's also restaurants and businesses that are popular in this area, like Moon Shadows, that was up a little bit further on Pacific Coast Highway, now reduced to a pile of rubble. We were there a few hours ago. It was still smoldering, but that restaurant that was so popular, a staple in the community, no longer there. Also the Real Inn, and also Rosenthal Wines, that was known for those popular big chairs and table out front. also no longer there. So we know we've seen homes, we've seen businesses, we've seen schools. The impact of the Palisade fire here, the impact is just far-reaching for everyone in the community, and it is certainly going to be an adjustment as those Santa Ana winds eventually die down over the next day or so, as containment grows on this fire, and as people start coming back into this community to get a look at their property or what was their home. It is going to be very difficult for many to process. And as I've also spoken about in some of my earlier reporting, if you're the people that live in this White House here and your home is spared.
That's a house. That White House was spared.
You're lucky, you're grateful, you're thankful, you're happy. But there's probably also a bit of sadness in your heart, because your neighbors, the people that you've lived beside in very close proximity along the beach here, along the Pacific Ocean, where their homes are no longer standing. So a bit of a mixed emotional bag, but certainly some heavy emotions tonight. And these firefighters doing an incredible job here. We're going to keep an eye on the progress here as they try to protect this home. For now, we're live along Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu. I'm Michelle Fisher. I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio. Mark.
All right, Michelle, as you and Joy have pointed out, homes that survived this fire in the Palisades area sadly are a rarity from what we have been able to see, both anecdotally and from the totals released to us thus far by fire officials and other leaders in the city and county of Los Angeles. As we check in again on the Eaton fire, where 5 people have lost their lives and hundreds of homes and other structures have been lost, we're going to check in once more with Leanne Suter. Leanne?
Yeah, Mark, it's kind of, I feel like a broken record, unfortunately. It's the same scenario over and over again, but I'm going to show it to you. We are on Grandeur Avenue, directly between Mountain View and Figueroa Drive. This is what we're seeing again. We're back to all of the gas lines that are burning, that have become separated because of the fires, and then all of these charred homes here. As I said, we are on Grandeur Avenue, strictly between Mountain View and Figueroa.
And they said the Eaton fire said, what they say, 10,600 plus acres and 5 fatalities. Man, it's crazy.
And every house on this street essentially has been burned to the ground. It's just on repeat, all of this destruction, and it's just such a similar scene where you see all of their belongings burned, to rubble. There literally is nothing left. Some walls standing. This house has a shell. You can see one wall remaining there. And as we come out here, I'm going to have Brian Miller start.
I'm reading in the chats. I'll say amen to that. Cleona Forever says, I'll give this all to you, Father. Bless this channel as well, Father. Bless this man for bringing truth in this news to all of us to stand in support of those in need. Miracles will be the ending. Amen to that. Let's go.
To walk out here, I'm just going to give you an idea. As I said, this is just one home on the street. As we head out the driveway, I'll be able to give you a better idea of what we're talking about. And I know you guys have been seeing it as I drop my phone in the process. You guys have seen it on repeat going into other fires too. The scene that we've seen in the Palisades as well. So as we come out here, there is a house on the corner that was damaged. There's one here. And then let's head to the south if we can, Brian. And just as we walk along, it's kind of what we did earlier, just when we drove along. We had done a kind of a show and tell to give people an idea of what we're talking about, so you can appreciate just how much damage there is as we're driving along the streets. This one, we're just walking along. Another home here. We continue down, and there's one home standing at the end of the street. It has a little bit of damage, so I'm not sure how much of it has damage. I'm not sure if they'll consider it a total loss, but this one is burned, continuing. Just home after home after home burned. And so now the folks that come in will have to rebuild. But this is going to take so much time. Even the homes that are standing, Mark, I have to say, I don't know how you come back in, because there's going to be so much cleanup. And the cleanup from fires like this it's very specific.
It's going to be a lot of cleanup, boy. I recommend anybody got little companies, little cleanup companies, man, y'all better go try to get some of that work, man, because it's going to be a lot of cleanup, man.
And there are rules to it. You can't just come in with any kind of bulldozer and do it. They really want to make sure that you, whoop, Brian, you're getting caught on something here. They have to make sure that you do the cleanup in a proper way because of the contaminants. So anybody that is living around here, I'm not sure how easy it would be to even stay in that home because there's going to take so much time to clean this up, and then you'll begin the rebuilding efforts. But until then, it's going to be a slow process. You also have to deal with the insurance issue, and as we've heard so many of these residents saying up in this area, many of them have had such a struggle getting insurance. Either they didn't have it because they have recently been dropped, which has happened to so many living up and near wildfire areas, or they were able to finally find it, but at, extraordinary rates. We spoke to one resident earlier today. His home had burned to the ground. He had said that his insurance company had dropped him a couple of months ago, but he luckily was able to find some insurance at a rate that was 5 times what he had. So, but he was grateful he had it. But there are so many that we have spoken to that don't have insurance just because they had been dropped by so many of these insurance companies. That's going to be another huge factor of this story of just trying to rebuild and find the money in order to be able to do it. I'm going to move out of some of the smoke that I can see is coming this way. But the cleanup's going to take a long time, and it's going to be a very slow process. I heard Tim Caputo just talking about it, and he had a great line, and it was so appropriate. These fires start fast, but the end of it is very slow. And while there is no open flame, no open wildfire burning right now that we can see, containment still stands at 0%, and they are not lifting those evacuation orders yet, and it's probably going to be some time before they do, but that's because they have to deal with these issues with all of the gas lines burning. We have seen more of the Edison crews coming in trying to
Leanne?
trying to do it here.
Yeah, Leanne, Thank you for that live report. We have come to the end of our broadcast of our fire coverage today. It has been another day and night of explosive fire danger. Our crews on the ground and in the air have been working around the clock under horrendous conditions to bring you all this information, life-saving information in many cases, and we are not done yet. Eyewitness News will return at 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. Right now, our fire coverage will continue.
We are staying with our live team coverage of this Eyewitness News special reporting of these wildfires that are burning all over the place here in Southern California because of the wind event and the red flag warnings that are happening.
The good news, the winds are dying down. We're not out of the woods yet, but it appears the worst of this high wind,
which is allowing firefighters to make some progress tonight. Making things worse, though, are power outages. Look at all of these power outages. According to Southern California Edison, over 3 million people without electricity in L.A. County this afternoon. I was among them. I know it's...
Is that Catalina down here? Why would they be without power down there in Catalina? I don't know. I think that's Catalina. That's a little island, man, off the coast of Long Beach, Catalina. Take a little boat trip over there, man. It's nice over there in Catalina. But, damn, they power out too? Okay.
Difficult. A massive fire breaking out tonight in Studio City on Sunswept Drive. Flames tearing through a 4-story home just before 9 o'clock. We watched this live on our air as that fire spread to nearby brush and buildings. 50 firefighters battling that blaze. Good news is complete knockdown, nobody injured. They were able to contain the spot fires. Still don't know what caused that fire. Meanwhile, wildfire spreading in the Hollywood Hills tonight. That's called the Sunset Fire. It burned 60 acres at 0% contained. It was moving. The good news here, though.
Cash Daddy, what's going on with you, brother? Yeah, I'm good, man. You know, I'm in Long Beach. All that stuff is happening in Hollywood and Pacific Palisades area, Malibu, all them areas where those people got all that money at. Then it spread to Pasadena, Altadena, Hollywood Hills, all that. So I'm got a distance in between all that stuff. But, you know, in the daytime, you see the smoke. It's crazy. I said I seen when it first happened, like it was a big cloud of smoke, but it was like in one little small area. Then I wake up the next morning and it's like Armageddon going on. But I'm good, brother. Thanks for checking on me, Cash Daddy. Shout out Cash Daddy.
They made pretty quick work on it because the fire water dropping helicopters were able to get on that fire quickly. An evacuation center is open at Pan Pacific Recreation Center on Beverly Boulevard. That fire looked like it was going to be a lot worse than it ended up being, though, so that's a sort of a win for LA Fire Department tonight. The biggest problem, though, continues to be this fire, which nobody would consider a win, the Palisades fire. We got new numbers tonight. It's burned now more than 17,000 acres. At least 1,000 structures have been destroyed, still 0% contained. We still see it burning lots of different areas tonight. Tens of thousands of people remaining under mandatory evacuation orders. More than 13,000 structures are threatened. And then there's the Eaton fire. That's the only fire that we know of so far that has turned deadly. 5 people dying there. Still don't know how they died, why they died, what they were doing. Roughly 100 structures have been destroyed. The Eaton fire exploding in size. It now tops 10,000 acres. That's at 0% containment. Some good news in the Hearst fire. This is burning in Sylmar, scorched more than 800 acres, now at 10% containment, according to CAL FIRE, so some containment on that one. We've got live team coverage tonight in the midnight hour. Meteorologist Adam Kruger is watching the winds. Susan Hirasuna, Chelsea Edwards covering the Palisades fire, Laura Diaz covering the Eaton fire in Altadena, Gina Silva, the aftermath of that Studio City fire. Let's start with Chelsea Edwards with the latest on what is happening right now in the Palisades. Chelsea.
Just utter destruction, Alex. So for the majority of the night, we've been right across the street. We've watched it burn really brick by brick, beam by beam. That fire is now almost extinguished. You just got piles of rubble right across the street, though. Take a look at the aftermath of what is here at Palisades Charter Elementary School. I mean, it's hard to even recognize what this was. You can see what looks like the outline,
It looks like we're having some signal problems from Chelsea, who has been advertising the Starlink technology that she has been using. Elon Musk even tweeting out how great it was that technology she's been able to use. Clearly not working right there. Hopefully we will get that signal back and go back to Chelsea in a minute. In the meantime, let's go to Studio City. That's where Gina Silva is live for us tonight. Fire has destroyed multiple homes in that area, and she's been talking to people that live in that neighborhood. Gina.
Well, Alex, you can see behind me we're at Ventura Boulevard and Whitsett, and the intersection is still closed off. Ventura Boulevard is open, but Whitsett south of Ventura is closed. People are not allowed to go in and out because of the fire. Even though it has been considered a knockdown, firefighters are concerned that it could flare up again, hot spots, that kind of thing. And so they just want to make sure that everyone in this community is safe. Now, joining me is Josh. And Josh, you've had quite a night. Your house, I understand, was behind the house that caught on fire. Is that correct?
We're three houses away. We were watching the news and figuring out when we should leave for because the Hollywood Hills fire was going. And as we heard popping sounds. We turned the TV down because I thought it was coming from TV. We looked out our window and it was a huge fire, like barreling down on us. Yeah.
It sounds terrifying. Describe your emotional state at that point.
I think I've used the word surreal a lot in my life. That was definitely one that was like, it felt like a bit of a nightmare that you all of a sudden, it was odd to have watched TV of a fire and then have been watching, we've all been watching what you've been doing for the last 24 hours, and to look out your window and think, oh, I had plenty more time. What happened? Did I fall asleep for 3 hours? I thought the Hollywood Hills fire was going out. And so, yeah, it was a little a nightmare, yeah.
So what did you do?
Crazy. We were slightly packed up. We got a little bit more packed up in about 30 seconds, got the dogs, got in the car, and drove out of there. There's 20 cars behind us trying to get out of here by the time we left, so.
Oh, firefighters, LA City firefighters have been amazing. They attacked this from the air, from the ground. Your thoughts on what they've been doing? I mean, it's been incredible. So many fires.
Yeah, no, there's no words to describe their efforts today. Like, I couldn't believe, I would bring tears to my eyes to think that we were taking resources for this small, what I consider to be small, as we were watching everybody go, and they were there, they did their job, they were just fantastic. I said thanks to a couple guys when I when I
As
went
you
up
should,
there to
brother,
go
as
get
you
the rest of our
should.
stuff.
Yeah, you know, obviously the winds died down.
Yeah.
It could have been a completely different scenario if the winds were as strong as they were last night. Were you here when the winds were just roaring?
We were. We lost power last night. I have a little generator, so I was out with my headlamp generator on. My headlamp trying to get the generator going. There's just ashes blowing in your face. It felt very odd last night. And then the power came back on, and we were kind of like, felt like we could be safe for a little while, and I'm never expecting a house three houses away from us to just erupt into flames.
Crazy. Well, I'm so glad that you and your family are fine. You're not going to stay here tonight, though, right?
No, we're gonna head to Ventura. We have a cousin there whose house actually burned down in a fire a few years ago. So yeah, they're rebuilt, and like everybody out there, like everyone, we're gonna all pull together and rebuild everybody. And my son over there already said he's gonna help do whatever needs to get done to help everybody. Yeah. We really appreciate you guys too, like out there. Like I know,
At least he in good spirits, man. That's good. That's a good thing.
you're tired. I know this work is hard, and we're watching you all the time. So thanks for providing some kind of help for us. Yeah,
I appreciate that. Thank you so much for doing the interview, and I will let you know go because I know Ventura is quite a drive.
Thanks so much. Okay, great.
Thank you. I'm glad your home is fine. That must have been terrifying. Now, before we got here to the Studio City fire, we were out at Hollywood Hills. You know, we were covering the Sunset Fire near Runyon Canyon, and that one, again, firefighters were amazing. They attacked that fire aggressively from the air, making a ton of water drops, and of course that made all the difference in the world. It also helped the winds in that area as well completely died down tonight. Now, before that, we were in Altadena covering the Eden
That shot right there looked crazy.
fire, and that has been such a destructive blaze. 5 people lost their lives, and more than 1,100 structures have been destroyed. More than 10,600 acres have been charred. And again, that battle is still going on in that area. And Alex, you know, just walking down Lake Avenue, you can see the entire town. So much destruction. It is just heartbreaking to see that. And home after home, the entire blocks, homes just burned to the ground. It's just awful.
It is. So much to talk about with you because you've been everywhere. But let's talk for a moment about the Hollywood Hills because it looked for a bit like that. Well, here we go again. But by the time you left there, was it basically we're kind of out of the woods there?
Yeah, you know, when we first got there, we saw that orange glow and the smoke, the black smoke. It really looked frightening. And then we were there perhaps maybe an hour, and by then it completely changed. That's how many drops they were making. Huge progress by LA City firefighters. They did an amazing job, and that was out really quickly, and that allowed us to move over here. I'm sure everyone in the Hollywood Hills, you know, just thanking God, thanking their lucky stars that everything ended up the way that it did.
Because that is just one of the most densely populated areas in all of Southern California. And maybe, Gina, because you've been talking to so many people, that is your specialty as a reporter. You talk to more people than I think anybody on the air in Southern California. And one thing that struck me...
Well, because
yeah, you love people, or at least you're really good at pretending that you do.
Nobody wants to hear me just talk all the time. They want to hear from the people, you know?
But just to one thing that has struck me hearing from the people through you is that want and need to help each other. The way that we have seen Southern California coming together and people stepping forward wanting to help.
Oh, absolutely. We saw many people, you know, helping their neighbors. There was one house that we saw a lady, they were up in a palm tree on a ladder, and they were trying to put out the fire. Another gentleman came in, another neighbor, and they were helping each other, you know, with water hoses and just doing whatever they can to help each other out in such a stressful situation. So, yeah, it's pretty amazing. You know, they always say find the helpers because those are the people you want to interview. They have quite story, and you know they're just wonderful, and that was the case. We found that in the Hollywood Hills, that one gentleman who was just running from one house to another trying to help his neighbors.
Gina Silva reporting from 3 different fires over the course of the day today. Thank you so much for your continued excellent work, and a shout out to photographer Joab Perez, who's there every step of the way holding that camera up as well. We appreciate it.
Yes.
Now to Fox 11's Susan Hirasuna, who's reporting for us tonight from the Pacific Palisades area. She's been at the Carbon Beach area, which used to have a whole lot of homes, and unfortunately tonight does not. Susan.
Oh my goodness, Alex, that's a way to say it. Yeah, part of the Palisades fire, but we're actually in the city of Malibu. In fact, this area, the Carbon Beach area, was, I believe, the most recent to get an evacuation order, but our sense was that people had already seen the danger and had decided to get out. But meantime, this part here, we're still seeing a lot of fire activity. You see across the street how this house here with the octopus on it, I mean, at first we thought it was stable. We would see some flare-ups, but they would pour some water on it, and it's just unbelievable. Despite the fact that they've got the fire truck right here, just dousing the fire, you still see so many flames. And right next door, a crumpled house, a house that has just burned to the ground. You still got a firefighter working on putting water onto any kind of hot spot. Now, this, I believe, is the northern edge of the Palisades fire. When you go further south, farther south, you get to the fire station, and it's really not that far away. I just drove down there, and because I wanted to see something that I had noticed before, and sure enough, right across from the fire station, there are homes that burned. Earlier today, we had seen some fire activity and fire trucks there, and so they were still dealing with it. And when I just went down there, no more fire trucks in front of the houses that are still standing, but there was indeed one that is burning. I watched as a fire truck went right on by, because that's not his assignment, his or her assignment, so they kept on going to the south. The other thing I wanted to tell you is, of course, there are a lot of celebrities that live in this area. They're hurting just like the regular people are hurting in losing their homes. This was supposed to be a big day for actors because of the SAG-AFTRA nominations, right? And I do know, you know, I told you about my friend who has a place just south of Dukes. He has a celebrity neighbor, Benny Blanco, and so that means that Benny Blanco lost his house, his little beach cottage, right along the Pacific Ocean.
Who is Benny Blanco? I looked that up.
It's been quite a day of seeing the way this fire has cherry-picked the areas on Pacific Coast Highway, and then at the same time,
shout out Let's Play Ball, man, for the $5 super chat. It says, God bless the people that was affected by these fires, man. I second that, man. Amen, man. Shout out. You know what I'm saying?
Been so devastating. So, yes, we still see some building, and you can't see it from this perspective, but I see a building that looks like it's completely untouched.
Yeah, if anybody want to super chat anything, man, anything to help, man, I'm going to go. I'm really leaning towards going out there tomorrow, man, and taking some of these waters, purchasing some waters and taking them to these shelters where these people are evacuated, you know, to give them some drinking water, man. We can at least do that for these people. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to everybody, man. If you send a super chat, that's where the money's going. All right, so.
It's those swaths, though, across from the mountain on the ocean side.
Oh, Jennifer D say Benny Blanco is Selena Gomez's fiance. Okay. I mean, they got money. They can rebuild, but, man, it's still a devastating loss, though. You don't expect this, man, especially coming from these areas, man, that don't really see a lot of wildfires and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? For it to come down into the foothills and destroy a lot of people's lives, man. It's just ridiculous.
That are just burned absolutely to nothing. That was so impressive to me because you're so used to seeing all those homes on Pacific Coast highways and the highway, and they are so close together, Alex and Marla. You know, they are built like right next to each other. Maybe there's a pathway to the ocean, but there's so little real estate between these houses. And to see that instead of buildings, it's just this wide blank spot, and it's You got to go way, way back to remember that time when you could see straight to the ocean.
And Susan, some places when fires happen, you wonder if they're going to rebuild.
All them houses that was right there on the coastline, man, she said you can just see straight to the ocean now. Like, it used to be houses and stuff right there that's blocking your view going up PCH and all that stuff, but Pacific Coast Highway. But now these fires and took down all these homes. You can just actually just see the ocean. Like, for me, man, I done been up PCH 100 times, man, and it's like I actually really do want to go see what it looked like. You know what I'm saying? Because this is devastating, and I gotta see it with my own eyes since I'm out here. You know, we got a lot of people from the East Coast watching. You know what I'm saying, and the Midwest and all that stuff, but. I don't know if you guys ever been to California or been on PCH where those nice homes are going up the coastline, Highway 1. To see houses, $1 million houses, beach houses just burnt to the ground, man, is something for me to see. So I say, man, this is a once in a lifetime thing because they will rebuild. You know, it's going to take some years and it's going to be a lot of cleanup and a lot of those different things, but, man, I got to go see this, so it's crazy.
We know they're going to rebuild there. It's some of the most valuable real estate in the world. Exactly. And you wonder, going forward, will they be rebuilt differently? Are there any lessons learned in terms of the way that the homes are built? Maybe is there more room between the homes? Are there...
Ain't nothing to learn. Fire is fire, man. Fire will destroy anything. You know what I'm saying? It's an act of nature. It's going to destroy whatever you build. Fire get on it, it's going to destroy it. So how they were built and spacing and all that doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Fire is going to burn it down. So unless they houses are made out of chimneys, bricks, because that's all you see is chimneys standing. So maybe they can learn from that technology or something. But I don't know, man.
Things that the city and builders can study in all of this to potentially protect them more.
You know, Alex, somebody told me a story recently about the Lahaina fire, about how someone that they knew had just built a home in Lahaina, Maui, and then Lahaina burned. That house withstood the fire. Why? Because it had a lot of the modern technology to keep a house safe. Yeah. However, what is really sad is the house might still be standing, but everything around it, everything that made that area beautiful was gone. And the people, the other people that could not, did not have a house still standing. So it loses its beauty and charm, even if your house is still standing. It'll be forever changed. Imagine, like I did talk to a woman who said, my husband saved our house. The house next to ours burned. The house next to our house on this side also burned. But it's not going to be fun to go back to your home when there's so much devastation all around you.
Right.
So it's just tragic for
especially when you think
everyone,
of the beach, which is a place people go to for sort of a tranquil escape, and then when you look all around you is destruction. Susan, great reporting there, and we're so sorry for all the people who have lost their homes. One of the areas hit the hardest is right where you are standing right now. Chelsea Edwards is in another area that's hit really hard. She actually is in Pacific Palisades and seeing just terrible scenes. Chelsea.
Yeah, incredible amount of devastation. I mean, if you've been watching throughout the evening, watching our coverage.
And look at that screen down here. There's a little window down there, man. That fire it's just burning. I don't know which way is it going. Is it going this way or is it going that way? But whatever the case may be, man, that's a wall of fire, man. You don't want to be caught up in the path of this destruction right here, man. It looks small on the screen, but this is probably miles stretch. So burn. I want to say this part is all burnt up over here, and this is the part that's being threatened. Vice versa, I don't know, but man, that's miles walls of fire, man. Crazy.
Coverage. We've watched the church across the street just burn bit by bit, beam by beam. Now we're across the street at Palisades Charter Elementary School, and I just want to show you the destruction that we're seeing here. It looks, I mean, you can't even recognize that this was a school. We can see the outlines and the shells of what appear to be school chairs, tiny ones. You know, this is an elementary school, of course. Small little tables, and then what we appear to be just like the roof tiles that have just collapsed on top of everything. You think about the memories that have been generated here over the years. This elementary school has served thousands and thousands and thousands of students throughout the years. And to see this, it sparks kind of an emotional reaction, I think, at least in me. You think of your elementary school and how all the memories that you have there, all the experiences and the growth that you've had there. And for so many people looking at this, this is just, it's just utter destruction. It is devastating. The administration building, which is right next to this, happens to be standing. That's what we saw when we first got here. And that is still standing. The facade is there. The inside is intact, but there is just absolutely nothing left of this elementary school itself. And again, this is right across the street from the church. This is the United Community Methodist Church, or Community United Methodist Church, excuse me, that we've just been watching slowly become engulfed and just fall apart brick by brick. And really just incredible destruction everywhere you look here in the Pacific Palisades. Right across the street from us, when we first got here, it was so dark we weren't able to really see. We could see some buildings were still standing. If we look to the area, the one area that we didn't walk around when we first got here, everything on that block is obliterated. There is absolutely nothing left. Those were storefronts that are right across from this school. So this fire kind of did this zigzag pattern, it appears, on this street, on Via de la we were here last night. I think our Christy Fajardo was here last night showing the destruction live as these buildings just ignited and exploded into flames, and they just continue throughout the day. I mean, utter devastation. Now, this, of course, one of the reasons that LAUSD is closing all campuses tomorrow. We spoke with a school board member who got into that and said, you know, the bar is very high for closing schools. It's the last thing that they want to do. They will still be offering meal service, but, you know, it's just not safe in terms of the air quality. And then, of course, the destruction, the damage that we're seeing behind us here and at the other elementary school here in the Pacific Palisades, Marquez, and also at Pali Charter High. A little bit of good news there that we learned tonight. It wasn't as bad as we initially thought. Sounds like 70% of the high school is still standing, which is, of course, excellent news. But the destruction to everything else is just incredible. So no school tomorrow for LAUSD students, for all LAUSD students. They'll reevaluate and see, take another look, and then we'll have an announcement, I believe, at 4 o'clock tomorrow to see what the plan is going to be for the next day. But just incredible. Everywhere you look here in the Pacific Palisades, it's just destroyed.
No school tomorrow for LA County School District, man. No school tomorrow. I don't know if that includes Long Beach, Lakewood, Cerritos, all those areas. I know LA covers a wide range as far as school district goes, but yeah, man, it's not safe, you know, especially closer to those areas where it's all that smoke and all that stuff. So these kids don't, you know, they don't want to get the kids to get sick behind all this smoke and all these things that's going on. But man, the kids ain't got to go to school tomorrow. I know they happy about that, but at the same time, man, you know, the schools that were burnt down, and you know the kids is gonna be displaced for a little while, maybe in online classes and all that stuff. So we're back to the 19 days, the C-19 days, where they was doing all this old remote learning and all this stuff. So you know, it's terrible, but you know, I believe my city. Where I come from, well, I'm from Compton, but still LA County area. But I believe that, you know, we will rebuild even better. You know, these things were bound to happen. You know, Hollywood, it's a lot of different things is being exposed about those areas and things like that. So maybe this was like an ethnic cleansing or something like that. I don't know, but it's just crazy to see all these areas being burnt down to the ground, you know, years and years of history and, you know, a lot of different things, man, that's just being reduced and burned down to rubble, you know, being obliterated, you know. But yeah, man, there's no school tomorrow for these kids out here, so keep an eye on your children. Make sure they do get something to eat. They got a few places where the less fortunate families, their kids can still get meals, you know, throughout the day and stuff like that. So it's still a good thing, you know, but this is devastating. Palisades fire kicked it off, man, and it was just fires popping up everywhere. Every time I changed the little change to a different video, man, they showing just the devastation of all this stuff, man. It is what it is. Let me go to my X account, man. Let's see what's going on over there.
Cheryl, we're on Via de La Paz. You can see just behind us, there is a house completely up in.
See a few videos and pictures and things. Like, hold on, let me get up out of there. My boy, he never sent me the video of some people putting gas cans out, you know what I'm saying, in different areas where the fire is not there. And when the fire get to it, the gas ignites it and just keep the thing going, man. That's crazy for people to want to do certain things like that, man. So that could be the planned part of it, you know, and probably not, but you have bad actors out there, man, that'll do anything, you know, especially if money's involved. So it is what it is. Let's see what this is real quick.
PCH and Topanga Beach Drive. Firefighters are trying to put out this home. Absolutely going up in massive flames right now.
PCH and what?
And Topanga Beach Drive.
Damn, Topanga Beach and PCH, man, them are nice houses. These people right here, man. He got a lot of answering to do for questions, man, because the man, $17 billion, man, that was supposed to be used to combat things like this. You know, it's just crazy how things work, man. Multi-million-dollar mansions destroyed. Look at that. Where's the rest of the fire? Oh, okay, it's burning on right here, but destroyed mansions, swimming pools, luxury vehicles, all type of things, man. Look at all that. That's just devastation. Look at all this. Man. And for some of these people to not have fire insurance, and I understand why, because these areas, man, it don't catch on fire like that, man. It don't. It really don't. But just to see this, it's crazy, man. Look at all that. Look at that smoke. Man, it's all over everywhere, man. This is just the news. Some of these houses survived. A lot of them didn't. Hear the crackling of the fire, man. Look at them people. Like, man, that's going up PCH right there. That's how PCH look, man. When you have strip of road like there, man. This is everywhere, man. I can just scroll on and on and on. See nothing but devastation, man. It's ridiculous, man. It's crazy.
Still have Christmas wreaths up.
Yeah, I definitely got to go out there, man, and look at some of this stuff, man. Hopefully I can talk to somebody who lives in that area, get their perspective on what they think, you know, their perspective on what they think possibly, man, happened in this situation, because it's just ridiculous, man. Like I said yesterday, man, I seen it when it was just a little plume of smoke. Next thing you know, I wake up in the morning, man, it's just, it's ridiculous. Yeah, all that smoke right there, man. Let me get back up here to the top, man. Let me see what's going on. I want to play what Gavin Newsom said with the president, but we don't have any good management, man, in Southern California. We don't. We really don't, man. Management is non-existent, man.
This is the view from a airplane from KTLA photographer Paul Sanchez as he's giving us an aerial perspective to the devastation in the Palisades. Sky 5 unable to fly due to a temporary flight restriction put in place because President Biden is in town, but this is an incredible view of what it looks like from above.
Yeah, we will have more in terms of an aerial perspective, we believe, tomorrow once the sun comes up and we begin to get...
Look at all the blackout right here. Got to be lights right here, but it's just blacked out. Got all them lights back there, but damn, that's a lot, man.
A good measure of the level of devastation here.
Bro.
But if you've been watching the coverage, you can deduce, frankly, dozens and dozens and dozens of homes in the Palisades area have been lost. The Palisades Village under siege tonight. Homes along PCH, along the beach, gone as well. One of two communities under siege tonight. Altadena struggling as well, as we saw moments ago. Entire neighborhoods burning, rows and rows of homes from a fire that is spread out of Eaton Canyon into the neighborhoods of Altadena.
That's a lot of fire, man.
This is the Palisades fire this morning. We believe this is a home on Will Rogers State Park. It's unclear, it's difficult to tell. We're on Sunset Boulevard. There is destruction absolutely everywhere, with multiple houses on fire right now. And we're getting word of an injured firefighter with a serious head injury and another man in critical condition with burns to the majority of his body.
Wow.
We're going to be live right now on Fox 11.
Damn. Ooh, that's crazy, man. Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu. Man. There's nothing left. That look crazy. Wow, nothing left, man. Crazy right there.
This fire is absolutely out of control. Hard to see. Look at this street right now, Meteorological Drive. So horrible. One, two,
shout out to the
three,
newscaster, man. He out there thick of things.
6, 7 homes just on this street.
Wow. Ain't nothing nobody can do, man. Hollywood burns. It's what Hollywood do, man. Burning.
Yeah, I want to take you here live right now. So this is Pacific Palisades.
This is earlier. I guess it was that yesterday. Or day before yesterday. It was only 770 acres. Now it's at damn near 17,000 acres. Like, that's crazy, with 0% containment. And I think this is that footage when they bulldoze all these cars out the way. People just left their cars. They couldn't even wait. Like, they was trying to get up out of there. Like, we getting up out the cars and going where we need to go. You know what I'm saying?
All of these cars were ditched.
Not the brand new Benz. That's electric Benz right there. They getting ready to move them out the way, huh? Man, they said those people panicked and got up out of there. Man, it's crazy, man. If any of them people cars, man, it's just a car, man. You can get another car. You know what I'm saying? You can get another car. You panicked and left your key and took your keys with you. Hey, this is what they gotta do. Crazy. Right now I'm just scrolling, y'all. We trying to find. We just looking. That's all, man. This is real devastating. I still can't believe it. You know what I'm saying? From me seeing the fire or seeing a plume of smoke to it becoming as huge as this, like, that's crazy. And the spots that's being burnt are places that I would never expect that, you know? I would never expect it. And a lot of people in Southern California who knows what these areas look like, you know, wouldn't expect it. You know what I'm saying? Because this is like really a catastrophe. Shame on Gavin Newsom, you know what I'm saying, for not understanding that we need the water to put out fires such as this, like right here, right now. You know what I'm saying? Then we got the ocean right next to us. And that's what I don't understand about not having enough water, you know, because we do have an ocean right there. And where these houses are burning up is right there by the ocean. You know, that's the cold part about it. Like, all these houses, man, are right next to the ocean.
To get the true scope of the devastation. It's one thing to hear, Eric, your video driving along Sunset into Pacific Palisades. I think it's the first time that we are starting to get the true scope of the devastation. It's one thing to hear 1,000 structures destroyed. It's another thing to see it and to think about each one of these homes. And we're just talking about the Palisades fire. Obviously, many more homes also destroyed in the Eaton fire in Altadena, but this is Pacific Palisades, and you know, we're finally actually seeing what was burning overnight, and you know, the term, the word war zone is such a cliche, but this does look like an area that has been bombed.
Exactly. Looked like a bomb went off.
Yeah, I mean, it is just shocking. You know, we were back up there along Chautauqua and Sunset Boulevard starting at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, and we were watching homes burn. We didn't really have a sense of how severe the damage was until, I'm gonna just take this off because it's not working, until we actually came down Sunset Boulevard into Pacific Palisades and saw the incredible level of damage there. You know, in the neighborhood where we started out, sort of 40 to 50% of the homes were burned. But as you go down Sunset Boulevard towards the village, every single home on the north side of Sunset is gone. Every single one. There's not a single one that's left standing.
That's crazy. Every house. Woo. That looked ridiculous, man. That looked like apocalyptic. Let me show y'all this clip. This looked like apocalyptic. Crazy. Gutted. All that's gutted out of there, man. No, it got to be more than just 5 people. You know what I'm saying? They ain't did their assessment yet, man, on how many people, because I mean, it's just pictures and pictures of everything, man. That just is destroyed, man. Look at this. Everything is destroyed, man.
Okay, I guess let's park along this street, yeah? And then, Dave, if you can, just go ahead of us and try to set up a signal.
Right here. This is where it's got to be. This is, oh my God. What? I've never, look at this. Beyond comprehension. Oh. That's crazy.
Okay, I guess let's
That's
park
crazy.
along the street, yeah? And then...
The wrath of Mother Nature, man. All it takes is a spark. And this is a guy, man. I seen this clip a little bit earlier today where it's this guy, man. He don't want to leave his house. Shout out Isaiah Robbins, man. He showed this clip earlier, and this man in his house surrounded by fire. Like he ain't trying to leave.
This was going viral to all over the place. Look at this video. So this was a guy who didn't heed the warning, stayed behind, and look at what happened here. I mean, to be surrounded by flames in all direction with your dog there. So this is not what you want to have happen. So as you know,
do we have an update of what happened to?
I mean, if he was able to post the video, I hope he ended up being okay.
I pray this man and got out, man, because he didn't want to leave, but he's surrounded by the fire, man.
I hope he was able to get out, but I don't have an exact update on what exactly happened.
And this is one of many just heartbreaking visuals that have developed since the Pacific Palisades fire broke out.
Right.
And this is a prime example of why you should leave when they tell you to.
Yeah, it's not a joke. They're not saying it just to say it, and it also it's very selfish, frankly, to stay behind because you're putting potentially firefighters' lives on the line to try to save you, and getting in the way of their ability to save property or do other things. So you know, there's a reason why these statements are made.
Floor to ceiling windows, man. He getting a first-hand view. That's crazy. This is my X account, y'all. Y'all can see everything on my screen, so it's cool. I ain't really tripping, man. We just looking. You know what I'm saying? Look at that, man. It's crazy.
Businesses burned, dry cleaners, gas stations, condominiums, apartment buildings. Just burned. We've been all through Pacific Palisades tonight, and we have seen homes burned. We've seen businesses burned, dry cleaners, gas stations, condominiums, apartment buildings. Just a few moments ago, we came from Huntington Palisades, that neighborhood, and there were so many homes destroyed along Sunset Boulevard. It just took my breath away as we drove through.
It's only 2,920 acres at this point. We know this is earlier in the game. We over 18,000 acres.
Through that area to see homes one by one just up in flames and completely brought to the ground by those flames. We've been all through Pacific Palisades.
Crazy. Man, y'all pray for these people, man. Send a prayer out to them, man. They really need it. Like, this is just ridiculous, man. The destruction of fire. This is crazy, man.
Palisades, of course, the Palisades fire has burned over 15,800 acres, over 1,000 structures.
This one's still tripping. I can never get this particular video to play. We're going to get out of there. We're going to get out of that one, too. Let's see what's going on right here, y'all.
Or a tower, and they voted for the tower. So
attention that has gotten this week here because these fires are obviously such a moment of concern, a life or death moment for us. And so where are we going next? Are we talking about the
only on Peacock?
This is what Trump wrote on Truth Social. One of the best and most beautiful parts of the United States of America is burning down to the ground. It's ashes, and Gavin Newsom, that's what he calls him, should resign. This is all his fault. Trump accusing the governor of prioritizing the Delta smelt over wildlife preservation. That's something that's long been argued against in terms of liberal policies. The governor's office denying Trump's claims, calling them pure fiction. They say the governor is focused on protecting people and ensuring firefighters have the resources. So that is going on. Meanwhile, this was going on. This is how I started my morning, which was like 55 hours ago.
The dumb president.
It feels like. President Biden, Governor Newsom were in Santa Monica. I was in there with them. They met with all the different fire leaders, Senator Padilla there as well. The president got a briefing from the crews there, including Kristen Crowley, who's the fire chief for LA. Take a listen.
I've never seen the winds in my 25-year career, so we lean forward as much as possible and pre-deployed. With that, we had a significant amount of fire that occurred. We had an aggressive fire attack. The fire has grown from originally 10 acres to 10,802 acres as we speak. It's an active firefight with our firefighters, and they're doing their very best to protect our people within this area.
The governor says that, or the president said that he's going to give the governor in California whatever we need in terms of fighting this fire. Governor Newsom expressing his gratitude that President Biden basically said yes right away to federal funding. Why does that matter? The federal government is going to basically pick up a huge part of the tab on this, and it's going to be quite a tab. We're talking about a multi-billion-dollar price tag for the fighting of this fire and for rebuilding. So the federal government's going to be picking up a lot of that. It'll be interesting to see if any of that changes when, of course, we get a new president in less than 2 weeks. But at least Biden is trying to put this in place so that money will be paid for and allocated before he gets out of office. So the president is back in Washington tonight. He will be at the Carter funeral. President Trump, President Biden, both going to be there. In addition to President Obama, President Clinton. So it'll be interesting doing some of the people watching. Very rarely does President Trump go with all those other presidents. That's expected to happen tomorrow at the National Cathedral in Washington. Back here at home, though, the immediate danger is the fire, and these are the schools that will be closed tomorrow. LA Unified closing all schools.
All the schools.
And these schools are going to be closed for good. Palisades.
This is the most gruesome scene I've ever seen in my life. It's like a war zone.
All the stuff that's here is replaceable. People are not. So having a family is the most important thing.
We start tonight tracking several wildfires burning in LA County. Homes, schools, and entire communities have been destroyed.
And take a look at this map of the at least 5 fires that we are tracking in Southern California right now.
Somebody in the comments said how many fires? There's 5 right now they tracking, but it's more than that though.
Sunset fire sparking earlier this evening in the Hollywood Hills. The Palisades fire is still the largest, burning north of Santa Monica and Pacific Palisades. And there's the deadly Eaton fire in Altadena. And rounding out the list, the Hearst and Lydia fires.
Okay, take a look at the current size of the fires tonight. At last check, the Palisades fire is close to 16,000 acres. The Eaton fire is now more than 10,000 acres. The Hearst fire is approaching 1,000 acres. The Lydia fire is less than 500 acres. And it's the only fire with some containment at 40% tonight. Meanwhile, the Sunset fire in the Hollywood Hills is 50 acres. And sadly, several people have died and more than 1,000 structures have been destroyed. We do have a lot to cover tonight. I'm Chris Thomas.
I'm Laura Painter. Thank you so much for joining us. The flames are leaving a path of destruction and stretching resources thin. New tonight, we're learning all schools across the LA Unified School District will be closed tomorrow as President Biden today signs off on a federal disaster declaration. This is new aerial video of a 6th fire breaking out Wednesday night, the Sunset Fire, based in the Hollywood Hills. Mandatory evacuations were issued Wednesday night.
I live here. I've been here for 21 years, but yeah, it's time to get out, I think.
This is new video of traffic gridlock as people flee their homes for safety. Thousands of homes and businesses destroyed.
It's just jumping from home to home right now. With this wind, there's nothing to stop it.
Wind gusts reaching 100 miles per hour, making fighting the flames difficult.
The fires being fueled by a combination of strong Santa Ana winds and surrounding topography, which makes it extremely challenging for us firefighters.
LA's Mayor Karen Bass returning to California today from an overseas trip to Ghana, speaking to the public, thanking first responders and reminding residents to heed evacuations.
Boo, Karen Bass. Nobody care about what she got to say.
Hurricane-force winds are usually accompanied by rainstorms, but these are hurricane-force winds that are combined with extremely dry drought conditions.
Those who evacuated unsure of what they'll return home to.
This is pretty devastating. This is pretty devastating. I don't think LA's seen anything like this before.
As of Wednesday night, the largest and most devastating.
Never seen nothing like that before.
Fires so far are the Palisades fire and the deadly Eaton fire. In Pasadena, the Eaton fire claimed at least 5 lives and also destroyed structures. A preschool went up in flames. As you see here, first responders ushered residents out of a senior living facility to safety, masks on to protect them from the dangerous air conditions. And a warning from the Los Angeles County District Attorney after 2 people were arrested for looting.
If you think for a moment that you can take advantage of this right now,
or over the next weeks, months, or even years, you are wrong.
And Chief Meteorologist Monica Woods is standing by with a closer look at conditions tonight. Is there any relief in sight, Monica?
What the good thing is our particularly dangerous situation with those winds close to 80 to 100 miles per hour has expired. That happened earlier today, but the red flag warning is still in effect until Friday at 6 p.m. So we're still expecting gusts anywhere from 50 to 75 miles per hour. Tonight, we're seeing those winds sustained close to 35 to about 30 miles per hour, mostly around the Malibu area, close to where that Palisades fire is burning. Over towards the Eaton fire, still have those offshore winds from the San Gabriel Mountains, and in those canyons, they just funneled through and really accelerate, making for a dangerous firefight.
This area is a total loss.
I'm scared. My daughter is scared.
We had to evacuate. There's a fire nearby.
It's really a crazy night.
Good morning now, and welcome to Fox 11 News. We are continuing our live coverage at 1 o'clock in the morning. So often, if you join us at 1 o'clock in the morning here on Fox 11, we rerun an episode of our Fox 11 News at 10 with myself and Christine Devine. Tonight, we are on live for our continuous coverage of the several wildfires that are burning around Southern California. In a moment, my colleagues Sandra Endo and Brooke Thomas will take over our coverage. I'm Alex Michelson. I began my coverage at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we are still going now at 1 o'clock in the morning. We have not taken a...
Shout out this man. He put 12 hours. Started at 1 in the afternoon. He's still up there at 1 in the morning, man. This is wild, man. Put them hours, man. Overtime. No tax on overtime. Let's go.
Commercial in several days here on Fox 11 as we cover this crisis. Let's get you up to speed if you're just joining us here in the middle of the night. Wildfires raging across LA County, forcing mass evacuations. At least 7 fires that we have seen in different areas, including Pacific Palisades, Sylmar, Hollywood, near Pasadena. Hundreds of thousands of residents have been ordered to leave their homes as flames threaten at least 28,000 structures.
Sober Girl, what's going on with you? Sober Girl say, what about the people in Lahaina? I'm asking too, and she said they didn't get aid right away. The people in North Carolina, all that, man. They gonna get these people $750 and say, man, look, make it work, man. And you said 11 more days. What is that? Oh, that's okay. 11 more days. I get that. Change of the guard. 11 more days. It's just crazy how everything is just happening. End of the year and the beginning of this year, man. Newly President-elect Trump, man, to take over, and it's gonna just be crazy for him, man. You know what I'm saying? But I believe that he can get things done the right way. We got a lot of people in here that's a lot of politicians on the left, man, that are incompetent. You know, just like Gavin Newsom and the Mayor Karen Bass, man, they are incompetent. They taking things for granted and trying to change different things, and I don't understand why they doing it, but hey, it's politics. We got to get these type of people up out of here, man. They say they care about their American citizens, but at the same time, they don't, man. They be doing the most dumbest stuff ever. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Let's keep going.
Santa Ana winds have been fueling all of this. Thankfully, right now, the winds not nearly as bad as they were. Power outages adding to the crisis. According to Southern California Edison, look at this map. Over 3 million people without electricity in LA County this afternoon. Big fire broke out tonight on Sunswept Drive. This is in Studio City. 4-story home. Look at it collapse here. We covered this live on our air during our 9 p.m. hour. Good news here. Nobody hurt. and firefighters were basically able to contain this to a few homes, and it did not spread into the entire community.
They did a good job with that one, man. It took them a minute to get control of it, but they did a pretty decent job. So.
Still don't know the cause of it. Meanwhile, we saw a big fire tonight in the Hollywood Hills, a sunset fire, burned 60 acres. Good news is here, it did not spread. We did not see any structures burned, and most of the evacuation orders have now been lifted. So some scary moments in Hollywood tonight, but it looks like the worst of that fire is now over. Meanwhile, Palisades fire, worst situation here. Burned more than 17,000 acres, more than 1,000 structures destroyed, probably numbers.
Shout out to everybody, man, that's in here watching. Man, hit that subscribe button, man. Share the video. Double tap the screen, man. Get your boys some likes, man. I'm up for a little bit. Live coverage of these fires, man. We surfing YouTube. I'm in Southern California, so I am around the fires. I can go outside and see, like, you know, little amber, like, well, ashes and different things like that. I can't see the fire, but I'm only 20 minutes away from this. So shout out to everybody, man, that's in here watching this. I appreciate y'all, man. All right, let's go.
Higher.
And I'm also streaming on both. I'm streaming on vertical and I'm streaming horizontal. So it's two streams going at the same time. So if y'all, whatever you know, want to see, you want to see the vertical, or you want to see the horizontal, it doesn't really matter to me, man. It's all, we just here, you know what I'm saying? And it's a fact that things are burning out here in California, man. Hollywood is being burnt down, a lot of it, a good portion of it, you know what I'm saying? And it's 0% containment, you know what I'm saying? It's over 17,000 acres burnt, 0% containment, 1,000 structures destroyed, and over 30,000 people under evacuation orders. That ain't counting the people that already evacuated, but these are the people that has evacuation orders. So it's another 30,000 people, man, and these people ain't gonna have nowhere to go. People lost everything, you know. Insurance claims and different things like that is got a question on that, you know. People, they don't have fire insurance. Their insurance companies dropped them, and there's just a lot of different things going on, man, in this country. We had something catastrophic in North Carolina area out there where the people were flooded out, and now we got the fires over here. So what's next, man? What's next?
Than that. Still at 0% containment. Tens of thousands of people remaining under mandatory evacuation orders. More than 13,000 structures still threatened. Then there's the Eaton fire. At least 5 people died in that one. Still don't know how they died. At least 100 structures have been destroyed there. Over 10,000 acres, 0% contained. We've been watching, you know, real devastation. The worst devastation in all this we've seen is in Pacific Palisades, is in Malibu and PCH, and in the community of Altadena. And then there's the Hearst fire. This is in Sylmar. This one not as bad. More than 800 acres, 10% containment. So they are building a containment line around this one, and not seeing the devastation there that we are seeing in some of the other fires. So we were just talking about Altadena. Christy Fajardo has seen some of the worst devastation, including an elementary school. She continues her reporting in the 1 a.m. hour. Christy, good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning, Alex. It's actually a middle school. We're standing in front of Charles Eliot Magnet Art School, and you can see how much it has been damaged. It has been hollowed out. This is a 2-story building. The roof has collapsed. There's no longer a floor separating the two. But I want to pan this way because what is still standing is the iconic tower. And this was actually built in 1931. So this school has survived the Great Depression. It has survived earthquakes. And sadly, though, the Eaton fire did quite a bit of damage to the school. It looks like one
surviving
building
no
over
fire.
is still standing, and I could see.
I seen this right here, man. It's caught my eye, man. And Trump points finger at Newsom for California wildfires. Let's see what he says.
This disaster is turning into a political battle between Newsom and President-elect Trump, who is now calling for the governor to resign over the fires. It is a fight we have seen before during the first Trump administration. ABC 7 News reporter Lauren Martinez breaks down the claims.
The catastrophic wildfires in Los Angeles County quickly turned political. On Wednesday, President-elect Donald Trump blamed California Governor Gavin Newsom for decisions Trump thinks made the fires worse.
This is a true tragedy, and it's a mistake of the governor, and you could say the administration. They don't have any water.
The president-elect initially posted on the platform Truth Social, claiming the governor refused to sign a water restoration declaration, something Newsom says does not exist. Trump apparently referring to debates over water flow in the Delta, claiming Northern California could send more water down south. On Wednesday morning, Governor Newsom toured the devastation in Pacific Palisades. The governor had this to say about Trump's attacks.
One can't even respond to it. I mean, it's... people are literally fleeing.
We spoke with Cal State East Bay political science.
It's your damn fault, Gavin Newsom. Your fault. You didn't want to sign the water declaration. Come on, man. Let's see if we can find what Trump said. Let me see. Trump slams Newsom over firestorm.
Donald Trump is now weighing in on the horrific fires in Los Angeles County, and he's laying the blame on California's Democratic governor. He said on Truth Social, quote, Governor Gavin Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rain and snow melt from the north to flow daily into many parts of California, including the areas that are currently burning in virtually apocalyptic way, and saying, quote, he is the blame for this. I want to bring in an exceptional group of reporters here. Tamara Keith of NPR, Leanne Caldwell.
Look at the CNN. I don't want to look at the fake news because they're going to try to spin the narrative. Because they don't like Donald Trump. And the shit is real. Excuse my language, but Gavin Newsom did what he did, and we would have probably more water.
It's impossible for me to express the level of appreciation and cooperation we've received from the White House in this administration. So on behalf of all of us, Mr. President, thank you for being here, but not just being here today. Thank you for being here since the beginning of this incident.
That was California Governor Gavin Newsom with President Biden today. That was happening as wildfires continue to blaze through Southern California. But as the governor receives support from the outgoing president, the incoming president is throwing barbs. Today, President-elect Trump attacked Governor Newsom, writing on Truth Social, Governor Gavin Newsom refused to sign the water restoration.
Trump got all the news outlets calling Gavin Newsom new scum. Because that's what he is, man. What he is. Call him new scum. He a damn scum. That's all it is. Call it how we see it. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what Jesse Waters got to say, man. I'm about to get off this live in a little bit. I got a big day tomorrow, man. I'm thinking that I'm going to go down there, man, and bring some waters. Do something, man. Since I'm not really affected by the fires at this point, because I don't know too many people that stay up there. I don't have family members that I know of that stay up in those fire areas like that. But, yeah, Let's see what Jesse Waters got to say.
Apocalyptic. This is Los Angeles County. Entire neighborhoods are burning. Over 10,000 acres in Pacific Palisades alone. And the smoke everyone's breathing is being described as a toxic soup. 5 people already dead. They were burned alive. Hundreds of homes have been scorched. Listen to actor James Woods.
I called my neighbor who hadn't evacuated yet. I said, go in and check on him. He went, he said, the door's open, there's nobody here. He went in and yelled, he said, no, nobody here. I said, look, just go behind the pantry. There's a little room. We can see him during the day. He likes to sit there because there's a garden. He went in and found him. He'd been left alone. Okay. And it turned out the fire department made the new caregiver leave. And, you know, she just does what she was told. They said, we're coming back for him. Well, they hadn't come back for him. I'm hoping that they would have. But, you know, there was so much chaos. It was like an inferno. Every house was on fire around us. And, you know, he got him out and the house burned down about an hour later. He would have been in there alone. It was just...
This is the most destructive fire in LA County history, and it's still raging. 0% of the fire has been contained. 0%. Winds are whipping up to 100 miles an hour, breathing more and more life into the inferno. And over 1,400 firefighters are battling the blaze on the front lines, and they haven't slept. One says, I'm living proof that you can stay up for 96 hours. But they're outmanned and out-equipped. The chief says she doesn't have enough firefighters. Just months ago, LA Mayor Karen Bass cut funding from the fire department by around $20 million. And before that, the LA Fire Department sent their extra equipment to Ukraine.
Wow.
They probably could use some of that equipment now.
Can.
And this is even worse. The fire hydrants are dry.
Here on Lockman Lane, there are several homes burning. This is the one that firefighters were trying to put out a little while ago, but you can see right now it's just kind of out of control. Since then, firefighters have lost water pressure on the hydrant, so they can't get any more water onto this fire and the ones down the hill because of the water pressure issues.
Why isn't there any water coming out of the fire hydrants? Los Angeles has had 2 years of record rainfall. It hasn't rained this much year to year since the 1800s. Well, guess what? All the rain just washes into the ocean. A decade ago, California voted to spend billions on water storage and reservoirs. Today, Governor Newsom hasn't finished building a single one.
Wow.
They've done nothing to store water in a decade. Trump was just in California this fall and told Gavin he needed to get it together.
You have so much water, and all those fields that are right now barren, the farmers would have all the water they needed. And you could revert water up into the hills where you have all the dead forests, where the forests are so brittle, because no place is like California. I go to Austria. The head of Austria tells me, you know, we have trees that are much more flammable than what you have in California. We never have forest fires because they maintain their forests. And you have all that water that could be used to, as water, what they call water flow, where the where the land would be damp. And you'd stop many of these horrible fires.
Before Donald Trump left office, he signed an order that would funnel more water from Northern California into Southern California. Newsom, instead of saying thank you, filed a lawsuit to stop it, saying it would kill the smelt. If you don't know what a smelt is, neither did we. It's a fish the size of your pinky. California can't get enough water to fight fires because of a stupid fish. We're saving fish instead of people. Saving smelt, big business. If anything happens to the smelt, people lose a lot of money. We're paying people to feel like heroes for protecting a fish no one eats.
So all this is because of that dumb little fish right there. I tell you, man, every time these Democratic, the left man say something catastrophic happened to make them look like total idiots. You know what I'm saying? So California is burning because Gavin Newsom didn't want to bring water down here because of some damn stupid fish. That's crazy. Man, that's crazy.
Bruh.
But it gets worse. Gavin's been tearing down dams.
And
why?
Dams?
Because the Indians wanted some of their river back so they could catch salmon. Gavin didn't just knock down one dam for the Indians, he knocked down all 4.
The largest dam removal project in U.S. history and one of the most significant, if not the most significant, water restoration project, bringing back salmon and steelhead into this basin. And I couldn't be more proud as a father because my kids and their great-great-grandkids will have the opportunity to see something that, well, has been here since time immemorial. And it's about damn time. Words mean nothing unless you can manifest them. You got to make something real. You got to make the words visible. We mean business. We're going to be turning this over in a very short period of time.
And these dams were a go-to source for firefighters to pull water from to fight fires up north. Gavin's literally tearing down Western civilization for fish and Indians. Nothing against the Indians. I love the Indians. But really? LA is out of water. And the governor's staring at the fire with his hands in his pockets. Now, we have a rule about men putting their hands in their pockets, but this is neither the time nor the place to discuss it. People are trapped. Homes and schools are gone. And Newsom hasn't contained a single acre. The governor waited 24 hours to send in the National Guard. Water management, forest management, Gavin doesn't know what he's doing. Again, Trump warned him about this years ago.
Got to take care of the floors, you know, the floors of the forests, very important. You look at other countries where they do it differently, and it's a whole different story. I was with the president of Finland, and he said, we have a much different, we're a forest nation. He called it a forest nation. And they spend a lot of time on raking and cleaning and doing things, and they don't have any problem. And when it is, it's a very small problem.
Newsom, after the election, called an emergency special session in California to Trump-proof the state. Not fireproof it, Trump-proof it, whatever that means. Where are the emergency escape roads that were supposed to have been built? People had to abandon their cars in the middle of the road and run away from the flames because there's only one way in and one way out. Why weren't the forest beds treated? Why are we running out of water? Joe Biden hasn't helped at all. In October, the Biden administration canceled crucial controlled burns in California.
Wow.
These are critical to forest management. Canceled them. Today, Biden happened to be in town because he was supposed to designate another national forest, decided that this was the right time to congratulate himself.
Astounding what's happening. Another one piece of good news, my son lives out there in the way. They got a notification yesterday that their home is probably burning around. Today, it appears that maybe still standing, I'm not sure. But the good news is, I'm a great-grandfather.
So what?
Great-grandfather. Baby girl, baby boy. So I remember this day for a lot of long reasons.
So Hunter's now a grandfather and Joe's a great-grandfather. I'm sure everybody who lost their homes is excited to hear the news. Trump reacted to the fires today saying, no water in the fire hydrants, no money in FEMA. This is what Joe Biden is leaving me. Thanks, Joe. Meanwhile, the mayor of LA has been out of the country the whole time. Mayor Karen Bass has been in Africa for the inauguration of the president of Ghana.
Wow.
What the heck's an American politician doing attending inaugurations in other countries? Karen Bass isn't going to her own president's inauguration, but she's going to the president of Ghana's? Why? And didn't make it back home until late this afternoon. A reporter caught up with her at LAX. Listen.
An apology for being absent while their homes were burning. Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you
ain't got nothing to say
today?
You ain't got nothing to say, huh? You cut the budget, all this. You been in Ghana, you ain't got nothing to say. That's crazy. Nothing to say, man. California is being overrun by crooks, man. For real.
Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today?
Nothing. Biden was considering Bass for VP. So who else is running things? This right here, ladies and gentlemen, this is the leadership of the LA Fire Department. I sure hope they know what they're doing. Here's the fire chief.
She took time out of her already busy schedule to tell us about her vision for the department's future, one that includes a 3-year strategic plan to increase diversity.
People ask me, well, what number are you looking for? I say, I'm not looking for a number. It's never enough.
Out of 3,300 city firefighters, only 115 are women right now. She's already looking at ways to change that. The chief also checks another box when it comes to inclusivity and diversity at this department. She's a proud member of the LGBTQ community.
That just kind of opens the door of people that thought, wow, I didn't even know that was an opportunity for me.
So while her department was sending equipment to Ukraine, the chief was marching in pride parades, which is fine. Have all the pride you want, but you better make sure you're ready to do your job when it counts. LA County Fire Department fired a ton of men who refused to get vaccinated. Bet they could have used those men today. In fact, California has a program to scrub white males from the fire department. Adam Carolla says he tried to apply to be a firefighter in LA once, but they told him to go to the back of the line.
I want to talk about my white privilege so badly.
Kevin Costello, what's going on with you? We got Blaze Moore 360, man. It says it's going to get much worse. We got Juke Joint 523 Jordan. Sorry for the people with the common sense that live in California, but it's time y'all leave. Man. Well, yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about it for real. You know what I'm saying? Leaving California, leaving everything behind, because the city, the state management, man, they are really disgusting, man. Disgusting, for real. It's disgusting. It's crazy.
I could not find a job. I walked to a fire station in North Hollywood. I was 19. I was living in the garage of my family home. My mom was on welfare and food stamps, and I said, can I get a job as a fireman? And they said, no, because you're not black, Hispanic, or a woman. We'll see in about 7 years.
California is committing suicide right before our eyes. DEI is deadly. The state spent billions of dollars on equity programs, and they can't even deliver basic services. Newsom spends more money fighting homelessness than fighting fires, and both of them are out of control. The state has a drug problem, a homeless problem. Everything's burning. There's no water. Bridges are blowing up. Migrants are running off of boats onto beaches.
Damn right.
California is run by public servants who can't serve the public.
It's crazy.
And the governor looks around and says, I'm going to run for president. This is completely unacceptable in the United States of America. Click here to subscribe to the Fire.
It's crazy. Oh, man. It's just, it's ridiculous, man.
Pretty difficult, as well as those crosswinds make a return. Much of our foothill communities through Kansas
ridiculous,
passes. We're going to keep eyes on the Grapevine.
It's ridiculous out here. It is ridiculous, bro. But yeah, man. I had a long day, y'all, man. Besides working, try to come and show some of this fire, man. It's a terrible time. It's a terrible time right now in America. Yeah, there it is. It's a terrible time in America, man. Especially for California right now. It's a damn tragedy. What else can I say, man? It's a devastating. It's just devastating, man. This is just crazy that that California is going through this major firestorm crisis. The world is watching this. We got a sorry governor, a sorry mayor. The mayor was on vacation in Ghana at a damn inauguration for something going on out there. You got Gavin Newsom with his hands in his pockets. He was told several times, man, that California needs water. And it's crazy to even say that when California is on the west coast part of California. It's nothing but water right there. And we got these major fires that's happening right now. The only thing I can say, man, is I pray for the people, man, who have lost everything, people who have lost just a little bit, whatever. If this fire affected you, man, I send prayers out to you and your family, man. Rest in peace to those who lost their lives. I'm quite sure it's probably going to be more fatalities once they start assessing the situation and going through these neighborhoods and forensics and all these different things like that, man. The animals, man, that perished in this fire, man, wildlife and things like that, you know. It's just sad, man. It's sad. So I got a few super chats, man, in this live, and that money is gonna go towards getting a couple of cases of water, man, and driving down there, man, and giving it to some of these shelters and some of these places that these people evacuated to, and it's gonna be for all of us. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be the one taking it down there, but it's coming from everybody, man, who tuned in, looked at the live, man, that's giving prayers to these people who lost everything. You know, that's the least that I can do, you know. It's the beginning of the year, man, and it started off here in California, man. It started off terrible. You know what I'm saying? We ended a bad year with this election. Well, it was good because, you know, Trump, he ended up winning, but a lot of different things that was happening, man. It was just this year was just crazy, man. All the P. Diddy nonsense and Jay-Z, all these different things, man, and it is what it is, man. It's the least I can do, you know, with y'all help, and I appreciate y'all, man, for tapping in. It's 1:33 in the morning, man. I'm quite sure it's going to be a whole lot more news. There's going to be a lot of cleanup once they start doing the cleanup process. And to start rebuilding, you know what I'm saying, and actually to start rebuilding. At least 1,000 structures were lost in the Palisades fire, man. That's what they counted in the Palisades fire. You had 5 deaths in the Eaton fire. A lot of acres was burnt. Other fires that happened, man, we watched it live, man. A lot of these different fires happened miles away, miles apart from each other. Like, how did that fire get started? You know what I'm saying? My boy, Young Shane, was supposed to send me some footage of some people who had gas cans, and they were setting them out in different spots, man, and in the path of the fire. So I don't want to start nothing, but this was alleged. He said he had it. Supposed to send it to me, but it got a little late. Maybe I'll have that footage tomorrow. And, you know, everybody that was in the chats, man, I appreciate y'all, man. We got Juke Joints 523 Jordan, man. We got Retroactive 9393 up in here, man. Man, we had a couple of moderators. We had Keck up in here, man. We had Writer's World up in here, man. We had Cash Daddy, man. We had a few people up in here, man. We got Sober Girl. Jennifer D, a few other people, man. Cleona Forever and a few other people popped up in here, man. But yeah, man, I appreciate y'all for tapping in, man. I'm about to tap out. Y'all tapped in, but I'm about to tap out. Yeah, man. Pray for California, man. Just pray for Southern California. I know eventually they're gonna contain it and things like that. It might take a couple days, but Southern California, man, we persevere. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be a big rebuilding process. After assessment of the damages, it's gonna be over $1 billion in damages, and hopefully the people who lost a lot of different things will get more than just $750. You know, how they treated them people in North Carolina and all that, like, you know what I'm saying? The polls went up, man. I put a poll up asking if you guys think this is real or you think this was planned. To me, I think that it's partially planned, you know what I'm saying? Because why would they wait? Why would this fire happen on a day when it was 100-mile-an-hour winds? You know what I'm saying? That's just crazy to me, you know. But the polls, I got 2 streams going, vertical and horizontal. The vertical poll says, do you think this event was planned? And 83% say yes, and 17% said no. In my horizontal live, my horizontal live, I said, do y'all think this is planned? We had 86% say yes, and 14% say no. So the majority of the people think this was a planned event. We still ain't got words on the things that happened in Hawaii. We still haven't got answers on the things that happened in the North Carolina area. Is it because of resources that the government is trying to get and wipe out whole neighborhoods and things like that? You know, we got these drones and UFO, UAP, whatever this is, flying around in different states. And it's just a lot of different things that's going on, man. So, man, y'all stay prayed up, you know, because this any kind of event can happen, you know what I'm saying, in your neck of the woods. It's not far-fetched to think that things like this can't happen, you know. So my prayers go out to all the people that's affected. My prayers go out to the families who lost family members. I pray to God that there's not any more than 5. Right now it's 5 confirmed with this big giant fire. And yeah, man. But anyway, man, I love you guys, man. I'm glad you guys tapped in. Hit that subscribe button on the way out. Hit that like button, man. Share it live. This is Mr. Zach, man. I react. It is what it is, man. I appreciate y'all. Until the next time, man, y'all keep y'all head on a swivel. Protect yourself at all times, man. We living in the times where it's just, you never know. It's just, it's crazy right now. You know what I'm saying? So stay blessed, stay protected, man. Until next time, Mr. Zach Reacts. And I'm out, man. Peace.